Everybody take a seat. I want to welcome everybody to the May 12th, 2022 Frankfort, Franklin County Planning Commission. Everybody here, we got people who are Zooming. Welcome there. Going to be people watching on Cable 10 and maybe somewhere down the road on Facebook. Having that, I'd like to go ahead and ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Yes, sir. David Boggs.
Here.
Patty Cross. Keith Lee.
Here.
Paul Lund.
Here.
Timothy Lesher.
Here.
William May.
Here.
Daryl Sanderson. Brent Swegert.
Here.
Sharon Jackson.
Yes.
Charles Stewart. Russell Wright.
Here.
8.
Okay. I guess at this point in time, we want to, is anybody signed in to speak or going to sign in to give a testimony?
Where do we need to do that?
What's that now?
Where do we need to do that? Yes, sir.
Right up here. What's that now? Oh, wait, pardon me, excuse me. We're going to, it's a testimony on the Cherney storage.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Yeah, right here.
Mr. Chair, do the applicant's witnesses need to sign in?
Please. Yeah, that would cover it. Please.
Do you need to print their name?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Do you mind-
Do you mind printing? So, yeah.
I know the first one's Nash Cox and that's Jane Julian. I figured Anna would need help.
Thank you.
I would. I didn't mean to jump in there. I'm sorry. I'm actually talking out of order right now.
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm here.
That's always a good thing. Better to be 6 feet above than 6 feet under, right?
Daryl Sanderson just arrived if you want to.
Who did?
Daryl Sanderson.
Oh, okay.
John shared there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just checking in then.
You just put the time he got here too. That's always did.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
That's really should put P's.
Yeah, we went after this afternoon.
Come on, Russ. That virus last week, so.
How's it going, man? Good to see you. It gets cold sometimes in here. Oh, are you not printing? Okay.
Quick meeting. I just need to get you Chris for being chair. Oh, the last meeting.
Oh, that's all right. They do, she does. Don't worry about it.
They need to fix that.
Hey, Rodney, how you doing?
And Judith's name is
Oh, gosh.
That's where your son's going?
These minutes are pretty hot.
So at this point, everybody signed up.
Pretty hot, so anything you say,
Okay,
just let you know that, not that you got anything.
given that, we're gonna go ahead and, I need a motion to approve the minutes of the March meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay, is there any discussion?
You know who moved?
No,
It was Dale Sanderson.
because I don't know the voices.
It's okay, it was Daryl Sanderson.
Daryl made the motion?
Boggs, second.
Thank
Harold
you.
Sanderson.
Okay, you got a motion, second, and
And
is there any
Bob,
discussion?
second.
That's my wife sent me a text, told me to stay away. When you get to minutes.
Well, we are in minutes, we're in minutes right now.
Yeah, we made,
Yeah, we're in minutes right now, okay. We have a motion and a second on minutes, okay.
Mr. Chairman, there's a clerical error that we need to attend to in the minutes. If on page 2, we need to show you, Mr. Wright, as chairman rather than me. And under staff, I'll give it to you if you don't have it.
There you go.
Under staff, we probably should correct the spelling of staff's name rather than Ben. What we got?
Bed.
B-E-D, it should be B-E-N.
Okay. Ben Judah,
Okay.
Where's the, oh,
a new nickname, I take it.
Don't worry about that.
Okay. Any other discussion or potential amendments or changes in the minutes? Any further discussion?
did you get that?
Okay. If not, I'll go ahead and take a voice vote. All in favor of the minutes as changes as proposed by Mr. Jackson, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the like sign. No opposition? Okay, the minutes have been approved. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve payments of the bill on the amended agenda? There were one or two things added, but you had a chance to go over that. Is there any, do I hear a motion to?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve
Okay, do I have a
the
second?
bills as amended.
As amended, okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Is there any discussion?
Darryl, second.
Is there any discussion at this point? Any discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Okay. Okay, now we have, are there any staff comprehensive plan report? Do we have, thank you, Eric, please. Eric Cockley?
Evening, Commission. Eric Cockley, Director of Planning and Community Development, the City of Frankfort. We continue to work on the comprehensive plan. We actually just had a call with the consultant this morning talking about some of our next steps. Planning for the first meeting of the Comp Plan Advisory Committee, which earlier this week, well, yesterday evening, actually, the Comp Plan Steering Committee officially nominated and selected the at-large members from the community to participate with that group based on our objective scoring process to try to get as much of a representative, diverse group as possible. So those folks have been named. Meeting has been scheduled for next Thursday at 1 o'clock at the River Room at the library, and we'll continue work. So we hope in the very near future to start populating the comp plan website with a bit more information, and obviously we'll have some things to share with the public as we move forward with the meetings of the advisory committee. We're going to try to get a bit more detailed calendar on there. So the public can see as we're planning public events for actual engagement and things of that nature, when they're going to be and how far along they're going to be. Those will be tentative dates, but we talked today a lot about that, trying to have a little more detailed framework, even if dates are tentative, so that we can be transparent with the process with the public, but also to kind of hold ourselves accountable as much to holding onto our calendar and getting it done in an appropriate amount of time. That's about all I have on that for the moment, unless anybody's got any questions for me.
Will you be posting a list of the advisory committee members on the website?
Yes, I would assume we would. we'll make sure of that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, question.
Do you have questions? Commissioner?
I have one question. Is the meeting next Thursday at Paul Sawyer, is that open to the public? Will the public be able to attend, to observe and view the meeting?
So, the advisory committee being an actual appointed committee by the steering committee, which is an appointed committee of the planning commission, we are treating those as public meetings. So they'll be advertised as such, just like our steering committee meeting. That meeting in particular is an in-person meeting. We haven't advertised for it to be streamed on Facebook. My staff is getting with the library between now and then to see what our technology capabilities are over there. And if there's a good way we can do that where folks can, accurately participate that way. Those advisory committee meetings, generally speaking, as I mentioned, will be advertised publicly, and they are available for the public to come in. I think it's important to note, though, for the public, should they choose to come and be at those meetings, that those meetings are primarily meant for the advisory committee to do their work, and they're not meant as our primary options for like public engagement and public input. So they won't necessarily be on the agenda for those meetings, public comment or things of that nature. But it's a public meeting, we advertise it publicly, anybody's welcome to attend and be in the room as they do their work.
One other question, Mr. Chairman. It's been a while, so, people need to be reminded, if you will. When we did the contract with the consultants, we talked about opportunities for the consultant to sit and talk with groups of individuals about what their opinions are regarding the comprehensive plan, to also have, if you will, a meeting for the public to attend that introduces the consultants to the community, etc. Have you all discussed that, and have you come to any conclusions about when those opportunities will accrue to the public?
We haven't set a date or a time and place, but I expect early to mid-June we'll have the public kickoff, if you will. Now that we've got both committees formed, I think that was the key thing that kind of lets us start moving on the rest of the stuff with their input. And as I mentioned, this calendar to get that set up, which will help us all think through and lay out how we're going to do those things. So no announcement to make this evening, but that is probably one of those next things in our list, to get that out. Have that first opportunity for the public to come, interact with the consultant, as you said, share, their basic thoughts, and then we'll move towards some of the other things that we're doing.
And the last question, as Brent noted, will these things be announced on a special website or on the regular website of the Planning Commission? How will commissioners, such as myself, or members of the public be informed? Where would they go to be informed about when, where, what time, etc. these things are going to occur?
So obviously, public meetings like that, we will advertise them in the paper as we typically do. But folks will want to visit distilledtogether.com, which is the comp plan project webpage, where all this information will be located.
Okay, and the website address?
Distilledtogether.com.
Distilled.
Distilled together.
Okay. Okay.
What question?
I don't have any more.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Eric. Ms. Judith, you want to come up and?
Good evening. I'd like to make a request that the item under new business be brought up before and heard before the public hearing this evening.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You want to make motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, got a
Yeah,
second?
Sanderson.
I'll second.
Okay, second.
And Sharon
Okay, the motion's been made that we're gonna move up the,
Daryl Sanders and Sharon Jackson. The second.
second, it's the Hattis Construction LLC project on Copley. It's gonna be moved up in the agenda, and, do I have any discussion here? No discussion. Okay, we'll do a vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those like sign. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do that. And at this point, we're ready for the secretary to introduce the item.
Yes, sir. In accordance with section 155.283 of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances, Haddix Construction LLC is requesting approval of a development plan for the construction of 93 townhome units at 300 Copperleaf Boulevard within the Copperleaf subdivision. The property is more particularly described as PBA map number 086-00-00-028.06, county item.
I'll wait for that slideshow presentation if you're ready. Okay. So,
Ed, do you need certified staff at this point?
No, this is not.
Not a public hearing, it's just a, okay, development plan, I got you, okay, thanks.
All right. Okay, so we're at 301 Copperleaf Boulevard, which is in the Copperleaf subdivision. The surrounding land use to the north is an agricultural farm. There is a residence on site. To the south is a vacant PC zone, planned commercial. To the east is Governor's Place, and to the west is Hearn Elementary. The subject property is 14.92 acres. There's a map of the zoning. You can see that it is surrounded by a mixture of different zoning districts. A little background information. In September 2012, the Planning Commission approved a zone map amendment from special residential RS to planned residential PR, present zoning. The next year, January 2013, the Planning Commission approved a development plan for a 73-unit townhome development with a nearly identical layout. The street network is practically identical. The primary difference here is the density. The unit sizes are a little bit smaller, and therefore there's a larger number of units. Here's the proposed layout. And so, generally speaking, there are a few remaining items that are being addressed by the various review agencies. And so that's why, under my recommendation for approval, I did list 5 conditions. Those conditions are, based on the proximity of the proposed structures to the existing drainage easement and other utility easements, the Planning and Building Codes Department reserves the right to adjust said building locations based upon more detailed information provided in the required construction plans. Additional design requirements may be needed for any structures built adjacent to steep slopes in accordance with adopted building codes. 2, no private improvements, structures, plantings, recreational features shall be allowed within the drainage easements or the right-of-ways unless permitted by Planning and Building Codes Department. Any structure adjacent to the detention basin shall have a finished floor elevation of no less than 2 feet above the top of the detention basin dam. Next, that any outstanding comments from the technical review team related to development plan are adequately addressed prior to the approval of the development plan, of the preliminary plat. And finally, that the maintenance of the existing detention basin on site to the north. I'm using this right. To the north, or pointer? It won't work on the screen. That existing basin be brought up to the satisfaction of the county engineer. And so with that, I am recommending approval with those conditions, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Does the commission have any questions, staff? Mr. Jackson?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Judah, when you were reviewing the project, the consideration was for a piece of property that began at the intersection of Good Shepherd Copperleaf, correct?
It's a little bit north of the intersection of Shepherd Way. Let me pull up on the map here. So, for some reason, the pointer's not working. So Shepherd Way is here, and so we're a little to the north.
So we start at the stoplight and come down?
No. It's further north. It's towards the back of the Copperleaf development. So it's across from Hearn Elementary. It's towards the rear.
I understand that, but going back to going back to Good Shepherd Way, whatever it is, it does not touch that street at all. It starts further down.
Correct. It does not
So
directly
where
abut
does it
Shepherd Way.
start? Does it start at the exit from Hearn parking lot?
Roughly at approximately, I should say, the southern entrance to the school, it would be near there, is the southern edge of the property.
And then go down to the big field or
Roughly to the north side
To the
of,
farm.
equivalent to the roughly to the north entrance of Hearn Elementary.
okay? And it backs up to Governor's Place, it backs up to Good Shepherd. I mean, not Good Shepherd, but Hearn. And then on the opposite side, the neighborhood there is Country Lane or what?
It doesn't directly abut Country Lane Estates. I think that's kind of a little further to the west,
Okay.
beyond Hearn Elementary.
Okay. When the commission, I guess, supported the change of zoning for that piece of property back in 12 and then subsequently a development plan. The development plan was for 73 units, recognizing the idea that, similar to Governor's Place and et cetera, you wanted a significant amount of green space so that in keeping with the diversity that you wanted at Hearn Elementary, since Hearn Elementary was being constructed there at the time that that request was made. The Planning Commission, in its wisdom of that day, approved a development plan that called for significant green space. In this review, did the green space decrease at all?
I don't have an exact number on the comparison between the two previously approved and this present plan, but the amount of green space provided meets what's required.
No, sir, that's not what I'm asking, because of the way that development plans are done, staff is able to negotiate with owners about how much green space is provided, whether it's a PUD or planning, or some other development. And at that time, there was a significant amount of green space. Now, your response is, well, it meets whatever the minimum requirements are for the zoning ordinance. And the intent of the Planning Commission at that time, which is not the same group of people who are sitting here today, I understand that, was to make sure that there was a significant amount of green space there, represented there.
Sure.
And what you're saying to me is that you have no way of making a contrast of the amount of green space then that was approved versus the amount of green space that now is represented in the development plan, even though the number of units have expanded.
Correct. I don't have with me that information. We do have that on file at the office, and I have looked at those plans. Roughly the amount of green space is the same. Like, I don't have the hard numbers though. That's what I was getting at. I don't have the numbers of acres provided per each plan of set aside green space, but it does roughly correspond to a similar amount. The biggest differences are the units themselves are smaller than what was originally proposed, so the footprint of those probably roughly the same. When I was analyzing the previously approved plans, the units within the islands, the smaller inner blocks, if you will, those units were much larger than what's currently proposed. So I think that that's where the difference in the units was gained and not at a loss for the green space.
Okay, did the old development plan expire?
I'm not too sure, but the developer who brought that before you all just never went through with construction.
I understand that. The background of my question is, if for some strange reason 92 units are not approved this evening, does the developer or the owner have the right to go forward with the 73?
I don't think so. I think, no, it would not. It would, if that plan would also need to be brought back before you all for approval.
So it expired, okay.
Regina, I do have a question to get the map back up. Can you give me an idea, show us about where that retainage basin is gonna lie?
Yeah, it's an existing basin, and it's roughly about where my hand is.
Okay.
So that whole portion of the western portion of the lot, the portion of the property that abuts Governor's Place is set aside for detention.
Yeah, and it'll be released into, where will it's not gonna be
Ultimately, the water will end up in Slickaway Ranch.
Slickway, which is out above, it won't be getting in that little brook that runs on Isaac Shelby there, that little stream. There's one, there is a creek-like branch that runs right along Isaac Shelby, but that's not part of the slick, that won't be there.
It's a branch.
It's
That's
a
a
branch.
branch of it.
But the water will not be going over into it, it'll be,
Yes, it will.
it will be?
Yes, it will.
Okay, it will be going over to that branch,
Correct.
okay.
Ben, you want to go to watershed exhibit?
Yes. I don't have that in the slideshow, but it's on the thumb drive, so let me run back here.
Just keep them file me. Copper Waste watershed, man.
So to the watershed, it's on the thumb drive.
Slickway runs to the subdivision.
Yeah.
But this will dump in there.
Was that it?
This will dump into that. Yeah. Runs off into that.
The other one, you had it, no, the first, bottom one. Yes, sir.
Of this? Yeah, you can have it.
Is that it?
Good old technology. Okay, so here's a map of the watershed. The subject property is outlined in red. You can see Governor's Place, the streets throughout that subdivision are adjacent. And this branch kind of starts right around Leestown Road and flows north and then round and through Governor's Place and then over to Slickway.
Thanks.
Ben, on,
Oh, yep.
Paul, you wanna go or you like?
Go ahead.
No, it probably follows what you're mentioning. Do we have any indication of what the impact of this new development is on that retention basin and into Slickway? Has there been any, specifically based on, we've had heavier rainfalls than normal in the past few years. And then the follow-up question to that, you mentioned the maintenance of that detention basin had to be performed. Does that indicate that there is an issue with the basin now that needs to be brought up into something, I guess, more code, and who is responsible for that continued maintenance once this development is built?
Sure. So your first question was whether or not that the it presently meets the code.
Well, actually, the first question has been a study to determine what the impact's going to be.
So the county
if any.
engineer has reviewed the proposal,
Okay.
and so he was the one that kind of did that analysis of this project. So I don't think any study per se was any done beyond his review.
Okay.
And then to the maintenance issue, this subject property has been vacant, and so there just hasn't been any maintenance done on the existing basin. There's a lot of vegetation and growth within it that would need to be addressed.
Okay.
And so it's just general maintenance issues.
Well, then going forward, say 20 years from now, who is still responsible for that?
This development will be governed by an HOA, so it would fall on, well, I guess the county would have some responsibility.
The 2017 City County Stormwater Regulations now provide for an owner's affidavit of maintenance that has to be signed, notarized, and placed on file in my office, since this is a county jurisdiction
Right.
project. So we do that often we require that also with commercial and industrial developments. And so it's a maintenance affidavit that they understand their responsibility and they will maintain it.
Is there a
Now,
po-
in the event that an emergency occurs,
Right.
the county, could go in and perform, emergency maintenance if need be.
Is there a bond put in place for this? I mean, I'm looking forward 20 years from now, that developer, that owner, they're no longer in existence. So whose responsibility is it at that point?
In the past, when basins have not been maintained in older developments, the county, at the request of residents and/or elected official, have gone in and performed maintenance. In this project, the roads would be county roads, therefore the curb inlets and all the storm pipes would become public infrastructure as part of the developer's installation. I have often said to the county officials that this basin collects from public streets and public infrastructure, and therefore, in the event of something going south, the county ought to get in there and do something. Now, that's only happened on occasion, but this is different in that it has an association, so, but the county's always there in the event that something doesn't work out.
Okay.
And as it relates back to the study that you referenced earlier,
Right.
the applicant's civil engineer, Mr. Halani, has performed a drainage analysis based on the 2017 stormwater design standards adopted both by the city and the county. They're the same, with the exception of the word city or county. The design criteria is that you have to go to 4 different storm events and analyze those. The bottom line is that your post-construction or post-development runoff rate cannot exceed that of the pre-construction runoff rate. Hence the need for a basin to detain.
Right.
Now, while there may be more water as a result of the impervious area, its discharge rate does not increase because you're holding it back. So you get that bell curve, if you will, so that there's not a downstream
Event.
blowout, if you want to call it that, or whatever, it's released at a controlled rate. Since Slickway Branch is considered by the county a sensitive area, the county has spent a lot of time and effort looking into ways to mitigate flooding, in and around Slickway and the neighborhoods that abut it. The county works hard to impose additional standards to ensure that new developments within the watershed don't negatively impact the condition that already exists downstream. One example is that the city and county have now executed an agreement with a commercial developer, actually inside the city limits, that also drains to Slickway Branch. So the city and county are focused on the watershed itself as a whole. And so this is, once again, being within the watershed and a contributor to the watershed, Slickway Branch specific, we will be looking at this very closely. The county does require as-built drawings of the basin and a letter of certification from the applicant's civil engineer that it was constructed per the design, and we keep that on file in our project folder. Along with periodic inspections by the county engineer and my staff.
Okay. Paul, Mr. Jip?
And thank you. Both of the items we have before us tonight are in this watershed, water basin, which has had significant drainage and flooding issues. The year you said, Stan, 2009, is that what you said?
17, they were adopted by the city and the county, yes.
Okay.
So there's a stormwater design manual and illicit discharge detection and elimination manual and a post-construction manual.
Well, one of the things, Ms. Jewett, that we had discussed earlier is that it's possible to require higher standards. So the minimum is to try to keep it using the baseline design storms to no more than it is today, the runoff from the site, based on normal rainfall events, which that continues to, we continue to find 100-year storms every other year. So I think that's part of the challenge we're having along with development in this watershed. So what ability or what are you looking at to increase, like require 50% more storage, for instance, as opposed to the baseline minimum, so that we can ensure not to have issues with this site?
So we can have their model run so that the basin actually holds for longer. Nothing upsets me more than to be out in a heavy storm and see a detention basin with water flowing directly through the orifice to the outfall. I want to see water in the basin. That's when you know it's holding it back. That's when it's doing its job. So I would like to, for all developments within this watershed, I want to see basins hold water. You know, let's decrease the size of the orifices. Let's hold it back. Let's make sure we've got the volume in there, and then that way, when I go to the store or when I'm out with my family, I can see that it is working. And I don't see any reason why a developer would not agree to holding back in the basin that they've already constructed, because it would have that volume. It just needs to sit there longer.
Is there something that this board should do to give you more ability to control that and not criteria?
Well, you already have that in the regulations. My office serves as one of the members of the technical review team, along with utilities companies, fire department, et cetera. When we review these plans, you know, we say, well, you need to do this, you need to do that. On projects like this and others, my office can say, through the county engineer, hey, we want you to hold an extra 25% back. If a developer disagrees, and this is the way the regs, I'm paraphrasing the regulation, if they disagree with any requirement from a technical review team member, they can request consideration by this body. And that one issue, or unless there's multiple, but that issue specific would come before this body for your consideration. You know, it's not really an appeal, but it's you know, you're somewhat the arbitrator there. So if we said, hey, we want 75% extra capacity, developer says, no, I'll give you 50, then, you know, we might end up at this podium and say, hey, you know, what do you think, Commission? So, now, we haven't had that happen before, but, you know, I do get that option available to, you know, to developers and their engineers when we're reviewing plans. If they didn't like one, you know, one remark or another, then I always say you've got the right to go to the Commission. So, and that's how you can help. And fortunately, that was written into the codes, the development regulations back in 2005.
Actually, do you mind? To follow up then, at what point during your technical review do you make that determination? I understand Mr. Looney, I believe, was asking if we could today put in a percentage to basically alleviate that back and forth, because I think that is one of the biggest concerns we have with this development, is just the future potential for disaster. So as you're reviewing this, after you've seen the development plan, after you've seen the construction plans, where does that fall in? Because I think I would be comfortable knowing that there is at least an exceeding, not the bare minimum, at least 25% additional, if not more, but I don't know if 25 is going to be enough.
Yes. It is my understanding, and you can always confirm with your council, that you have the authority to place that requirement on this development plan this evening if you choose to accept it.
So I guess the additional question is, if we put in a 25% extra, I don't know if that 25 is going to be enough. Maybe based on your review, it really requires a 50%. So that's why I'm leery of putting it in today, but if that's what we need to do to get it passed, then, you know, we can discuss that as a motion. But as you're doing your technical review, where do you make the determination? So I don't want to have to come back and do this again.
I understand. So regulations are a minimum standard.
Right.
Okay, so we always go to that first. Do you meet the minimum? And then, but also keep in mind that the county engineer, who has worked with my office for many years now, he's been with us for over 10 years, is aware of all the issues. And I'm sorry he's not here this evening. He and I have always discussed anywhere between 15 and 25% extra within the watershed. Has been our internal conversation. Now, it's 50, I think 50% is probably too much, but I think 25% is doable. And I think if everyone within the watershed adds an extra 25% storage capacity, and a reduction in that release rate over time, then I think that will make a difference. Because right now, like I said, I don't like seeing basins empty and pouring down rain.
Right.
Are you saying, Robert, are you saying you will have built in an extra 25%?
No,
Not
we
yet. Okay, you
discussed
have
it
not.
on the staff level that when projects come
Right.
through in this watershed, we think an extra 25% is a reasonable request to put on a developer above our minimum standard.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Staying on the same topic.
Mhm.
So this original development plan that had the 70-some units included this detention basin. The detention basin was constructed at about that time, 2013, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so that was done under different drainage standards than the 2017 standards.
You are correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to get things straight. So, were the standards made more strict or require more storage, less outflow, those kind of things compared to the previous standards?
We did tighten up some of those standards in it, but I think the other big change was the maintenance affidavit that was, because maintenance has been an issue, because as soon as you don't maintain them, cattails start growing, the thing doesn't have the right, capacity to it, and it gets to be a total mess. Just look at the basin at Brighton Park that the city and county are working together on to get that corrected. That's a classic example of lack of maintenance. But we did tighten up the standards on the flows and the calculations. We also updated the storm events.
So, I mean, I guess where I was going is, if, we're talking, and we're just throwing around some numbers, batting around some numbers, but are the old, under the new standards, that detention basin be built differently than what it is currently? Would it be sized bigger? Would the pipe be smaller, or done any?
I believe that the control structure would be designed differently, yes. Now, as it relates to the volume, what's out there now is basically roughed in, okay? They never got to finish grade on the basin. It's just roughed in is all. And so it's hard, what you see out there now is not what it's going to look like when it's completed. And so and I've already mentioned this to the developer, if this body approves the development plan, the first thing that I want to do is to issue a grading permit and have them immediately start work on that basin. That's the first thing I want to get it to where it's holding back water.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of witness?
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't you say that obviously the minimum standards are for everything within the county, but there are certain areas like this that may need to have more than the minimum standards to safeguard the surrounding properties?
Yes.
And would you be in agreement if this commission said, in order to approve this, we want the standards on Selectway Branch to at least exceed the minimum standards by 25%?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to add to Mr. Logan's request that you should at least meet the minimum by 25%, but it's up to the discretion to increase it based on staff's expertise.
Okay.
I don't want to keep
Under
it
review
just.
of the county engineer.
Under review of the county engineer. I don't want to keep it just at the minimum 25.
It may go to 28.
Whatever it may need to be, but it needs to be at least a minimum, and it needs to be brought to code of the 2017 retention basins.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Mr. Living.
Mr. Hewitt, is there anything that would prohibit us from actually requiring a developer to do a complete watershed analysis to actually show the impact on the entire watershed? I mean, one of the challenges, as I understand it here, is that when you look at things in isolation, you don't understand the cumulative effect of the multiple developments. So part of me thinks that it would be beneficial when we look at development in this watershed in particular to actually have a complete watershed analysis that shows the impact all the way down downstream, which a full watershed analysis would do. Is there anything that would prohibit us from requiring that?
No, sir, I think it's in your authority.
Okay.
One last question, Mr. Chairman, after
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bond.
Mr. Box, you go right ahead. You have
Yes,
a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, recently we dealt with a situation, and not dealt with it, but discussed lively, a problem with the on-street parking. And I was looking at this parking, the streets for this one, and are these streets gonna be wide enough for on-street parking plus the capability for buses and emergency equipment to get through?
I didn't bring the plans with me. I can't remember what the
26
street
feet.
typical is. At 26 feet, so it's two 12-foot lanes with 1-foot gutters, right? Is it not?
No, yeah, it's not
Yeah.
big enough for parking.
So that would not accommodate on-street parking. And I believe perhaps as relates to the actual, we have not reviewed architectural plans. So I don't want to assume a garage and a driveway,
Right.
because those current zoning regulations do require a certain amount of off-street parking based on the number of bedrooms. So once again, we have not reviewed architectural plans or floor plans to see how many off-street parking spaces each unit would accommodate. Now, does that mean if they're throwing a birthday party and 10 people show up and park and we're gonna tow them? No, it's not gonna happen. Not unless it's posted no parking. Once again, this commission's got flexibility because you're approving approving or not a development plan. Restricting parking on a public street is a very delicate subject, especially when it gets beyond the planning commission. If it's known up front in the beginning that only parking on one side of the street or no parking within 100 feet of the intersection, if that's known up front and it's on the record, it's crystal clear. The county would post signs and it would be enforced. There are as we know, there are residential developments in this community where on the street, it's like no one wants to park in a driveway, they just want to park on the street, and there's trouble with fire apparatus and emergency vehicles getting through. It is a challenge, and there's no good answer to it after the fact. You're either going to upset half the neighborhood or all the neighborhood.
It's just such a safety issue.
It is. And it's an aesthetic issue as well. But
Yeah.
safety is the first primary focus of what we all do, the commission and my office. Safety needs to be first and foremost. So if this commission has the authority to impose parking restrictions as a result of this development plan, even though the future intent is for them to be public streets.
So there's nothing in our development guidelines that restrict it, given the narrowness of the street.
There is a standard in there based on the lane widths, and I've got that regulation, I can pull it up real fast if you'd like.
But you're saying that given the width of the street right now, it doesn't allow for parking on either side of the street?
Well, 12-foot driving lanes is not atypical. A lot of the subdivisions in this community, have 12-foot lanes, some are probably 11, and they're still on-street parking. They roll up on the curb. They'll pull up in the grass with 2 wheels. So people still make it work, and it still happens.
Yeah, right. But the narrowness of the street, that doesn't lead to an automatic, you can't do this. It's not. What's that now?
We could stop it.
Yeah, we could, but.
You can, yes. You can say no parking on one side. And this design, this layout does allow the opportunity for some areas of no on-street parking, specifically the streets that are running east-west or left-right in this plan view. There are no driveways, like on the northernmost street, there's no driveways accessing buildings on the south side of that right-of-way, okay? That whole side could be deemed no parking, okay? Same thing on the southernmost left to right roadway. There's no driveways going straight to on the north side of that right-of-way. You could say that half of the street, no parking on that side. So
I think
the design lends itself to that if the commission chooses to do so.
I think that makes more sense to take that approach than to say, let's try to widen the road, because there's all types of problems, issues with that.
Right. Because if this development expands any further north plan view, then you start to get into the basin. That's why we have the requirement for finished floor elevation above the control structure of the dam.
My turn.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson.
I want to actually follow up on Mr. Lusher's inquiry. does the drainage from Hearn flow over into the basin that's developed on this subject property? Or does Hearn drain in a different direction?
I am not sure because schools do not submit their developments to us for review. All we do is the electrical inspections. So the schools do whatever they want to do. So I don't have any plans on it. I don't know where it goes.
Okay, then I think your suggestion, your recommendation is appropriate. So I don't think you just have water hanging out at Hearn. It has probably to go underneath that road and into this property.
Probably goes through Country Lane. It'd be my opinion. It's where it goes, ends up
It
in
may.
Slickway Branch by the entrance to the
It
country
may.
club. That's my, it'd be logical. Because there are no culverts under Copperleaf Boulevard leading to the subject property.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
okay, I'm
Are
good.
y'all finished? So I got a question about the entrances to there's two entrances to the subdivision. The egress on each of them is 2 lanes wide. And I know generally that makes sense in some situations to be able to provide a turning lane to go left or right. But we're talking about a relatively small subdivision, and to me it appears to be excessive. I don't really see the need to have a separate right turn lane. There probably is not gonna be very much traffic that even turns right for any reason. So would it be, I guess it would be under our purview or our authority if we wanted to modify that just to reduce it down to a single lane in each direction? And if you think that's a bad idea,
No, I think you do have that authority. The roadway entrance design is established in the Part 3 of the development regulations, so they were just following the code on that.
right.
Now, one thing that this commission has dealt with in the past is that the regulation previously required a raised median, landscaped median. Transportation cabinet would not accept that as it related to state roadways, so there's an option in there to allow for striping of the median or the separation between the ingress and egress, to allow for emergency vehicles and things of that nature. The enclave over in Silver Lake 2 is a classic example of they built it the way it was supposed to be done, and that can be challenging. But I do believe, back to your statement, that the commission has the authority to modify that so that the entrance suits a design that this body deems appropriate.
And I'm just saying it's a relatively small thing, but it's reducing the impervious surface and it shortens the crossing distance with crosswalks, both good things.
Correct. And also, I'd like to point out that the applicant's engineer was very good at lining up the intersections with the entrances to Hearn, and that's ideal. We want to see that every time that we can, so. And these will be curb and gutter streets, by the way.
Mr. Lenny?
One thing I noticed was that normally sidewalks are 5 feet. These are shown as 4 feet sidewalks. Is there a reason they're not 5?
Just constraints of the site itself.
Is there,
If you
is
look
there
through
a
our-
standard in the subdivision development guidelines for Franklin County? I mean, I'm thinking of typical roadway ASHTO type standards. I'm not at transportation. I know, Mr. Logan, thank you. Can't do it.
I've said this for many years, and we get busy and I don't get to it. The typical standards and the right-of-way standards in separate sections of the parts 1, 2, and 3 are not consistent. It's very difficult to tell a developer, this is what it needs to be, when this section says, it's a 60-foot right-of-way, and then your typical section shows a 50-foot right-of-way. And so that's something that needs to be brought to one of the update committees to iron out. It's something we've struggled with. We just do our best to get through it. We go with what's reasonable. But it was that way from the beginning since 2005.
Is there anything to restrict us from saying they need to be 5?
No, it's a development plan. You've got the authority.
I'm gonna throw in one thing, unlike transportation cabinet, this board, when they put restrictions on, have always been very good about saying why they did. In other words, a basis for doing that. So simply saying, I want to increase it by this is not necessarily a good factor unless you say, I believe that the land requires, yet there's sufficient space, it's a safety standard, it's whatever your basis may be. But please include in that so that I don't have to bring it back here again sometime after it's been tested 3D.
Yep, Glenn.
I noticed there is a landscaping plan that shows street trees in here.
Yes.
Will the developer be installing those prior to leaving the site?
Yes.
And so it won't be the property owners or the HOA's responsibility?
It's part of the public infrastructure.
Okay, okay.
Done this
We've had that issue before, that's why I'm asking, if we needed to stipulate anything here so it doesn't get passed off by the developer. Do we need
Yes. One thing I would like to say on that, and I don't know how this will play out, but let me give you a typical example. When we send, a practical example that is, okay, a real world thing. When we send this out to the review agencies, it includes all utilities, okay? Some developer may say, no, we don't want Columbia Gas, the main's too far away, we're just gonna go all electric. Fine, okay, so, when utilities are installed, i.e. Columbia Gas or Atmos Energy isn't there. 2 years later, when all the infrastructure's in and they're starting to build homes, Columbia Gas or whomever says, hey, there's 93 customers, we ought to extend a line over there. That's what happened in a subdivision out on the west side of the county. And now, when I walk the streets with the developer to say a tree goes here, a tree goes here, now I'm struggling with the utility who wasn't involved in the planning process. And so I'm having to work around their lines, whereas all the other utilities made sure they were out of the planting strip. So I can't tell a utility you can't be in there after the fact. Only the developer can, but once the developer's built all the roads and it's customer request, they're not likely to say anything. So it's a struggle, but it's something that we have to keep an eye on because they don't notify us when they come to do an installation. They just show up. That's the trials and tribulations.
Brent?
One more.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I've seen this, but on the length of driveways, is there a requirement to be a certain minimum length between the sidewalk and the garage?
Yes. We look at that to ensure that a vehicle can park and not encroach out into the public sidewalk.
Do you know that number with the minimum distance?
As a standard, I use a parking stall depth, which is 18 feet. So if somebody's got a hitch on their truck, that might extend it out a little bit, but
Yeah.
18 feet's a good rule of thumb, because it.
Although I did look up, full-size pickups are 19 and a half feet, so.
They're getting bigger, I'll
Yeah.
say that. I think they will return to smaller soon. Gas keeps going up.
Get all that together here. Okay, we have, Commission, have there questions of the staff? Okay. At this point in time, I am gonna ask the, public, if you have any questions regarding this presentation as made by the staff. You'll have other chances to question the applicant, but at this point in time, do you have any questions regarding the presentation? Public, yes, sir, Rodney? Yes, you. Yeah. No, he doesn't.
It's not a question to the staff, it's just just wanted to say, we at Whitaker Bank are an adjacent property owner of the development we own. To Mr. Jackson's initial question, there's 8 platted commercial lots, I guess, south of the proposed development, that some of which face 421 Leestown Road, all that land between Good Shepherd Church and Speedway. We're actually we, meaning Whitaker Bank, are actually the seller of record on Mr. Haddock's deed. So he bought the almost 15 acres from the bank previously before he initiated his development plan. And I just wanted to inform the commission and the public that Mr. Haddock's is has chosen to make a significant investment into our community, not only with the land purchase, but with the proposed infrastructure that he's going to put in place. And I just wanted to say publicly that we, as an organization, appreciate his investment into Frankfort and Franklin County. He's done so successfully in Augusta, out on Cardwell Lane. He built and is, I think, building out the remaining lots of a failed development, previously failed development, and I'm sure, quite confident, those residents are very pleased with the product that he's delivered. Also, on down 421 in Pinewood, he's built and sold several homes in there. So anyway, I just wanted to say publicly that we appreciate Mr. Haddock's investment into Franklin County, and we certainly hope that he continues to do so. That's all.
Thank you, but I wish you could have shaped that into a form of a question as opposed to a testimony. There will be a chance to speak, and
Okay, I just wasn't, I'm here to speak on behalf, or not on behalf, but in favor of both Mr. Haddock's and his development, as well as what Mr. Tierney is wanting to do.
Yeah, okay. On down the road, questions, thanks a lot. We do have some back and forth on what's a testimony or comments.
Okay.
Those are questions, but.
Well, I apologize for being that over
We can put a little question mark, put a little twist on it, make it a question. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to have a question?
Hi, my name is Susan Goddard, and I have a question, or actually two. When Mr. Hewitt had stated that the developer is required to put in landscaping, trees, et cetera, such as that, in accordance with the comprehensive plan, is it the developer's, I guess, duty to keep that up? And if so, how does that get reported if he doesn't? Does Mr. Hewitt come back out? Does Mr. Judah come back out? Make sure that those trees and everything are still living and that everything is in accordance with the plan? Like everything's living and he's watering them and everything looks good. How does that work, please?
So it would be the developer's responsibility, and then until the infrastructure would be turned over to the county, then it would be the county's responsibility.
Okay, so you all would come out and do inspections for that? Or does a resident have to, I guess, complain or something in order for you all to come out? How does that, can you tell me how that works, please?
Prior to acceptance of any public improvements, which is a formal request submitted to the Franklin County Fiscal Court, staff does a field inspection to verify and ensure that all improvements per the approved plans were constructed. If and when the fiscal court accepts those improvements, it then becomes the responsibility of the county. County road crews are out all the time. If a tree gets damaged or is knocked over or there's an accident or something, then at that time it'd be the county's responsibility to decide whether or not they want to reinstall another tree.
Okay.
We do accept statements from residences in the area. Hey, the tree in front of my house fell down. I'd like it put back. Well, then we don't. At the county, we don't specifically have like a landscape line item in our budgets, but since it is a public right-of-way element, it more than likely would come out of the road department budget. Okay. Because anything within that public right-of-way, from the backside of the sidewalk on one side of the street to the backside of the sidewalk on the other, is public right-of-way and is maintained by the county after acceptance.
Okay.
All right?
I do have one other question. Looking at that and thinking about duckers and talking previously and going to hearing meetings about that and problems that neighbors in Duckers have explained about on-street parking, that there isn't adequate for, things, emergency vehicles and things like that. And so you were talking about public safety, and I appreciate that as a resident. That just seems so congested, and if it's 18 feet, 19 feet is the average truck, and it just seems like, is there any way that as a commission or the county planner that they can go back to the development person and say, that's awfully congested. Can you open up, can you maybe lessen a few units to make it safer for emergency vehicles and parking? Because like people in Duckers, it's already done and, they're complaining. I mean, the magistrates told us that There's numerous complaints about the parking and emergency vehicles. So I just worry about this, and I worry about that we don't know where Hearn's water's going when it's Slickaway Branch. So those are just my concerns. So if you all could maybe address that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, so yeah, the 18 feet was actually the driveway length, but the roadway width is done by county standard. So, you know, the width of the road is determined if it's one lane, one direction. It can be narrower, of course. Two-way flow requires 22 feet. And so this body here has the authority to, as we were discussing earlier, if they wanted to limit vehicles parking on the street, then that would be something you all would have to impose. I don't see county staff imposing that.
If a on-street parking restriction is imposed, it's done one of two ways. It's either done during the planning and approval stage, in this case, since it's being brought before you, or the only other way is it's done by action of the fiscal court, okay? Which is a very difficult decision for them to make, as I explained earlier. So, you know, Ms. Goddard's correct. There have been other developments, subdivisions that had vacant lots and then they were being built out and then, you know, it was brought to this board's attention that, hey, there's on-street parking problems. Well, once it's been adopted and in the absence of an action by the fiscal court, it's a law enforcement issue. But knowing what you do and seeing the plans that you do, you recognize problems in your community the same as the folks behind me do. So now, if you want to impose on restriction on on-street parking in some or all of this or any other development that comes before you, this is the time to do it. So that it's upfront and everyone knows, and it's something that my office would enforce up until time that it goes to maintenance in the county system. Then it becomes a law enforcement issue. So.
One question. On that, Mr. Hood, I know you've not seen the final architectural plans for these units, but do we know if this is a one-car garage plus one in the driveway? Is it a two-car garage? How many vehicles are we actually talking about per unit?
I would only be assuming once
Okay.
again, I'm sorry, I haven't seen the architectural plans.
Right.
The reason that we brought this development plan before this body at this time is because 90% of the utility infrastructure is being laid out, but
Right.
there are still some things that need to be done. If we bring this to the body now and you give your consensus, it doesn't mean they start building tomorrow. The utility companies still have a few little issues, manhole elevations related to the finished floor of the buildings and things of that nature. Those things that can then be nailed down and tightened up once the layout's been established. So, as I said before, we do have an off-street parking requirement for residential based on the number of bedrooms. And so we will review those prior to the final subdivision plat to ensure that they've met that standard. Because I can only assume by looking at the bird's eye view what it is.
Right.
But, you know, like we've done with the previous townhome development that came before you, they forward out to us the floor plans and the building elevation so we can ensure and verify, put it in the file, that here's how many garage spaces, here's how many bedrooms, and here's how long the driveway is.
Mr. Ure, do we have Mr. Haddix here tonight?
Yes.
Okay, we'll give him a minute. All right. Okay.
We're still in the public questions time here, so if you have any questions, anybody in the public? If you don't, we could, yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Chloe. I've lived in Governor's Place for the last 12 years, and I'm really familiar with this area. My background's water. So I have questions, like, not only about just like how driveways are set up and how sidewalks are, but the volume of traffic is already an issue in this place. There's a school. There's a lot of kids that go to school, a lot of people that come in and out of this area every day. There's two schools, there's Hearn, and then there's Good Shepherd, who also gets the same traffic as this would get, the entrance and exit. There's now a gas station, Safeway, that gets tons and tons of traffic. There's a school across, which is what is it? Yeah.
Christian
thank
Academy.
you. Like in the neighborhood, it's already an issue. Like this, to me, if I do the math, and let's say there's 93 units and 2.5 people live in each unit, that's more than 230 people that you just introduced to an already cluster of two intersections. That's an issue, I think, as a safety issue, but also for the neighborhood, it's a big issue already. All of that extra traffic, the lights are a mess, the intersections are not safe. Just, there's lots of that in Frankfort, but definitely in this area, because I think it's, always been a little bit more rural, a lot of stuff building up. The stormwater from Herm all the storm sewers go through this little area and do go to the drainage basin. And actually, all of the water from 64 comes into this basin. It's a big karst basin. It's been mapped. There's a lot of hydrological issues.
Ma'am, does this lead into a question? Are you getting
Yeah.
into a, okay.
So I did an open records request about this development because it's in our backyard. And it's been vacant since the 90s, really grown up. There's been all kinds of issues back there. But my question is, like, in that open records request, there was an analysis that's been done on this basin before that said it was not up to snuff. There was capacity issues, essentially. And that was a very old report. So this has to be taken seriously. My neighbors get flooded. The county has been in our neighborhood clearing culverts and upsizing culverts. People's driveways have washed away in my neighborhood. That is a serious issue. And if the commission doesn't take it seriously, they're gonna have more problems on their hands. So I really wanna to hear from this commission a serious question for the developer about how this is gonna be done and it be taken seriously. Not only the water, but also just the traffic and the amount of people that's coming in and out of there every day. There's kids, right? We're talking about our kids too. And this is a very high density area. And if the commercial stuff ends up coming in there too, it's crazy to mix those things up. So I want to ask how that's gonna be dealt with, because I think it's bigger than what you guys are talking about.
I guess the study was something she brought up that was defunct or no longer adequate, or that would be something that would certainly be.
As I stated earlier, that basin has been roughed in. It's not been finalized. That development, very similar to this, was in its early construction stage, and then they went default. So it's only been roughed in. That's why I said if this gets approved, the very first thing I'm gonna do is have that developer work on that basin. Very first thing. And then as it relates to water in Governor's Place, the water from Isaac Shelby Circle West, with those large culverts in the front yards, those are the drainage path for all the curb box inlets within the streets of Governor's Place, basically for the western half. The eastern half also has its own separate pipe system, and everything falls from south to north, from Leestown Road to the back. So, the Isaac Shelby Circle West, that was already a natural drain, and so, you've got culverts in there 36, 48 inches in diameter. Have they washed out? Yes. Is there a detention basin in there? No. But that's before my time, and that was before the earlier stormwater regulations, and so, the county goes in and fixes it, when it's damaged, and that's all that we can do at this time. This development will have detention. We did show the watershed map. We did show where it flows to, so the county has its eyes wide open. And our county engineer, as I said, has worked with us for 10 years, does a great job with hydraulics. We do perform field inspections, not only for erosion control, but also intermittent construction inspection. Ben and I are both certified stormwater inspectors through the KEPSI program, University of Kentucky College of Engineering. So the county's come a long way, and Ben and I are happy to see this community develop. Ben's purchased a home here. I have a home here. This is our home. We want to be proud of the developments that go out here in this community, and as well as you. So we're all on the same team.
Appreciate that. And ma'am, there are some questions that as you've heard over conversations, we have entertained some possibilities of some further change to the development plan. That'll be discussed. And at this point in time, I'd like to have the applicant come on up, if he's here. Introduce himself.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Jihad Halani, with Vision Engineering, 128 East Runner Road, Lexington, Kentucky, 40517. One of the questions came in about the driveway, so there would be one car garage and the driveway for 2 vehicles, so there will be total three vehicles per unit.
So you have an actual, you can respond to those, but you can go ahead and present your presentation as, I mean, you can answer those questions, but if
Yes,
you want
sir.
to go ahead and make a presentation.
Yeah, for the driveway, it's 1 car garage and 2 driveway for 2 cars, so total there will be 3 parking per unit. And if there's any other question, I'll be glad to address, I guess.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have a simple question
Yes, sir.
for him. Do you agree with the staff report, the staff presentation regarding your application?
Yes, sir, we agree with the staff report.
Is there anything specific that you would change or modify as it relates to the staff report?
No, sir, we are in agreement 100% with the staff report.
You heard the conversation with regard to several additional requirements to be added to the recommendation for approval.
There was
Do
a
you
lot of
object to those things?
There was a lot of discussions.
Well,
So if we can go one by one, I can give my
I'll let
opinion.
the rest of the people speak for themselves. Let me tell you what I heard.
Yes, sir.
That there needed to be an additional requirement related to drainage, meeting minimum standard, plus some other requirement of 25% or whatever the county engineer requests. On that, in terms of drainage in your basin.
Yes, sir.
The second thing I heard was that if children reside in the development, there should be sidewalks provided so that they can walk in the traffic area going to Hearn Elementary and to Good Shepherd. So they wouldn't be walking in the street. I don't think Hearn Elementary will send a bus across the street to pick up kids from your development. But to add some sidewalks there. And then the question about adding a requirement regarding on-street parking. I think the conversation was to limit on-street parking. Now, those were the 3 things that I heard in all of the conversation that took place that would modify the staff recommendation. And the
Yes, sir.
question is, are you okay with those?
Well, we can start one by one. For the sidewalk, the proposal has 2 sidewalks on each side of the street.
Okay.
So we are proposing sidewalk on both sides of the street. On the drainage, a little bit of background. That detention basin, it's a regional detention basin. So it's carrying water coming from public street, from other properties that has nothing to do with that property, that 14 acres. We are 14 acres out of, I wish I brought the drainage study, but for many, many acres. So we are just a small, we are a portion of that watershed. So when the conversation I heard that you're going to ask us to go 25%, is at 25% for the whole entire watershed, and I feel like this is a huge burden for a single developer to carry it. If you're telling us, make sure that you are not draining downstream from us, I can guarantee you the peak flow leaving the site for the post-development is less than the pre-development. And that basin, again, this is, as Robert mentioned, it's already been constructed. The shape of it is already been shaped. And again, this is a regional detention basin carrying drainage area for multiple of property, including street right-of-ways and things like that. And our property, we are not like, this property has been approved in 2012, 10 years ago. And as you heard testimony from the neighbor, it has been vacant, ignored, underutilized. And here we go, we are proposing tonight a project that's going to kind of improve the detention basin. As Robert suggests, is going to make us, first thing to do is to work on the basin, stabilize it, seed it, and make sure it's going to be operating properly. And then that project is going to add 93 residents to the area. And basically, it's going to be an improvement to the area. It's going to add some value for the neighborhood. It's going to add some value for the whole community. So, and again, the detention basin by itself, we don't mind doing more detention for our side, but given the fact that we are part of larger watershed, it's kind of hard to say this is my water, and this is somebody else's water when it's all combining in the same ditch in the same detention basin. So that's what our comments on it is that. So what's the 25%? Is it us or somebody else?
I'm not in a position to argue that. What I'm in a position to tell you is that as it stands right now, a condition of your being able to do the development is that the detention is improved based on whatever the county engineer and county staff comes up with. And you need to make that argument with the staff. The only question to you is that if your request is to be approved, are you willing to work with staff to deal with the minimum standard plus some percentage, whatever that is that the county engineer comes up with?
I mean, go ahead, Mr.
I would
Chairman.
like to add, you mentioned that if it's gonna be the drainage from all over the neighborhood, I don't think that if you weren't building this set of townhouses right here, there would be no need for a drainage basis right now at this point. There's not one right now. No, I mean, so I would think the 25% pertains to the possible drainage caused by the development of the townhouse community, not the additional drain.
If I may, there was one thing I failed to mention. As each individual lot is developed, on-site detention is required for each lot. Okay? Everyone has to contribute to detaining their own water. Currently, this basin is serving as a regional basin. It is. 120, or Leestown Road's draining to it, you know, the county streets are draining to it, and everything's sheet flowing to it. But our requirements, the county standards, are that each commercial lot have its own on-site detention, whether that be underground storage in chambers, surface detention basin, in addition to impervious materials, concrete, pavers, asphalt, whichever. So just bear that in mind. As it develops out, everyone will have their own stormwater detention infrastructure.
So I think to clarify, at least for me, so Mr. Halani, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is so as he brought it up, what would the minimum be? Is the minimum just for this development, since there is essentially no storage or detention basin at the moment, or is the minimum higher because other developments are flowing into this regional detention basin? So I guess that's the concern where we're trying to negotiate this because we want this to succeed, but we don't want to come back later.
It's my opinion that this basin is serving regional to the carport development by default, because nothing else has developed, okay? It's my opinion that it's only fair that each development detain its own responsible amount of stormwater based on its use. Everyone has to play their part, and our requirements require that. We don't waive stormwater detention requirements. We don't do that. I think it's fair that if they're gonna have an impervious area of X, that they need to attain Y plus Z. Because everyone else upstream, because this is at the bottom of the, this is the discharge point for that whole development. It all feeds to this location. So everyone's gonna play their part, whether they want to administratively or they wanna come to you and argue the point, they're gonna play their part. So this will become less of a regional basin, and more of the basin necessary for this, because they will be draining public streets, that they're gonna construct and turn over to the county. And I'm sure that some of the main Copperleaf Boulevard drains into this site as well. So it's my opinion that this development should be held to their impervious area plus 25%, not that of the entire Copperleaf development, because that was not the intent of that basin.
Okay, Mr.
Because
Romano.
I was here when that came through.
Yeah, our intent is obviously for you to succeed. One second, Robert, please. Robert, one second. Based on Mr. Yurt's testimony, the minimum seems to be arbitrary, meaning that we don't know if it's coming from the surrounding, but your minimums be your minimum whether we put this restriction in or not. Our intent with the 25% is just to ensure, as you said, that the water leaving this development is going to be less post-development than it is pre-development. Our concern is, given the amount of rainfall we've had recently, it's hard to actually determine that, so we're adding a buffer. Are you okay, as Mr. Jackson pointed out, us allowing, or us adding 25% on top of Robert's already required minimum, which is going to be determined between you two anyway?
Okay. If I understand correctly, just I want to answer it knowing the fact I understand. So the condition is going to be that the runoff generated from the 93 units need to be, let's say, to throw a number, 100 CFS for pre-development. What's leaving our site is going to be 75 CFS.
Yes, sir.
Just our site, not the whole entire watershed.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We can live with that
Okay,
condition.
thank you.
If this body requires this on this development, it gives me the leverage to require it on every other development within this, within the Copperleaf development, without hopefully the need to come before you.
Okay.
You can set a precedent that staff can utilize and carry forward.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
thank you.
sir.
All right. On the third condition to kind of restrict on-site parking, I believe we are providing 3 parking spaces per unit, which is much more than what's required per resident. I don't feel like there's a need to add another additional constraint on the street by having no street parking.
No. It's to remove on-street parking.
One side.
So I think we're agreeing with you. It does seem to be that
Okay.
you have an excess of parking spaces with each unit. And what we're trying to determine is, do we go to an extreme, eliminate all street parking, which is on the table, or to one side only? Would you have a problem if we put in some restrictions to street parking, given that you've already built in parking? Would that negatively impact the sales or development of your property?
I believe it does, sir.
Okay.
I believe it does.
So if we did put street restrictions, that would?
Yes, sir. If
Okay.
we put that restriction, it would impact it in a negative way.
Okay. How so? And I guess the reason being is you've already given one extra car per unit, so,
Because that condition, if I understand correctly, and Robert can correct me, is that it's going to be on the plat, and that plat is going to be transferred with the property as a title and everything. Every time you have a title, can check on the property, it's going to show there's a condition X, Y, Z on this property. So that condition is going to have some negative impact. I mean, I can see that condition if basically we're not providing parking and the county wants to ensure that the existing public infrastructure is not going to be used other than for traffic circulation. I can see that condition, but given the fact that we are providing our requirement, I don't see a reason to kind of constrain it since we are providing it.
and I guess that's my point, because it seems to be a bit opposite. Since you are providing parking and adequate parking, do we need street parking at all? I understand that if we did it one side or the other, it would negatively impact whichever side.
Potentially, and as was mentioned earlier, the street on the top and the bottom, you could restrict one side and there's no houses on those sides. Like on the west side, the east side of the bottom street here and the west side of the top street, you wouldn't impact any of the houses if you had just one side. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, I'm
So,
following.
so that's kind of what the conversation has been, to try to make sure we have a development that's fully traversable, doesn't get really crowded with a bunch of cars.
Correct.
And it's difficult to get through.
So my question would be, has this board applied that restriction on the previous development? And if they did, how did they perform?
Mr. Jackson, do you have I know how they performed when they did not have the
We
restriction.
don't converse.
So that's
Yeah,
what
but
we're trying to.
Just recently,
So we're trying to fix a problem that, quite frankly, hasn't happened yet, but we do see it happening. Like I said, once again, we want your development to be very successful
Yes,
and
sir.
not to have anybody back in front of us with these complaints that we've seen.
How does the board feel like if we work with the staff on addressing this parking requirement or parking issues and instead of being a condition?
I'm happy to I'm happy to work with the developer on this to ensure that there are areas of no parking, because I do think it's important. And I agree with the commission and the statements that you've made, because the fiscal court gets challenged with fixing the problem after the fact. I would feel much more comfortable, as I stated earlier, and as Mr. Looney said, if we could restrict parking on the opposite side of the street where the homes are, so that you can still park in front of homes, opposite of the North Street and the Southern Street across from the townhomes. And because, since those are split blocks, there's not much area there. And so that way you keep intersections clear and you keep those small sections of roadway clear. That's what I would like to see, but I can work with them, but I would like to have the fire chief as part of that conversation as well. But I would like to see some form of restriction. We've not had this conversation with the developer at the staff level prior, but considering cases you've had recently, I can understand the commission's desire to stop a problem before it happens.
Well, what we're trying to avoid is saying to you that you can't build 93 structures. We're trying to accommodate your request. Now, we can deal with that by saying no 93 structures, make the streets larger, and you can park on the streets because you've made the streets larger. We're trying to see if you and staff can work together to take the 93 structures that you're proposing, put them on the property while at the same time attending to the health, safety, and welfare of your neighbors by being able to get emergency vehicles through and in, and vehicles to be able to go in both directions without having to be concerned about, having accidents and that kind of thing.
Yes, sir, we appreciate that, and we don't want, we have no, not our intention to disagree when it comes to public safety. We're all on the same page in that regard. My point is that project has been zoned in 2012 and has been, in 2013 there's a development plan. And my client purchased this property with no condition on it. And now we are on the preliminary plan, or final development plan, sorry. We are at final development plan. And usually, final development plan, I understand the intention, is that do you meet the minimum requirement, you move forward. You don't meet the minimum requirement, go back to your drawing board and meet the minimum requirement. I understand the intention here, it's all good intention. And we consent on the stormwater, which is, and because we want to be a good neighbor and we want to do the right thing. And we're having sidewalks, we have curb and gutters, and we'll be more than happy to work with the fire department and the fire chief and the staff to work on off-site parking and where we restrict it. But again, my client purchased this property based on zero condition, and now at like the 11th hour, we are going to start construction, one condition after another. I mean, it's going to get to a point that that property has been vacant for 10 years, and we don't want it to stay vacant for 10 years, and we want to do something, and we are eager to start to do something. So if there's any medium ground that everybody feels comfortable with, we'd like to reach it to move forward.
All right, so I think you may have given us the medium ground. You made a recommendation or a suggestion that you and the staff would work together on site parking restrictions. I personally am okay with that if we put that as the restriction. Restriction is, though, that the staff does, if they do work with you and require something, that is going to be met. We do not know if it needs to be no parking at all, one side only, which sides. I don't want to get to the point of us parking, pointing at the map going, you can't park here. That's something much more attuned to Mr. Hewitt's office. So are you okay with the restriction that you suggested
Would be.
yourself, that you as the developer will,
Yes, sir.
that will adhere to staff's parking restrictions in your development?
Yes, sir. We'll be more than happy to work with the staff and the fire department.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just one thing to consider too when working with the staff, to talk with Public Works about snow removal because of the width of this. I don't know I know like in city streets, but I don't know enough about what the county trucks use, so that would just be something for consideration.
Yes, thank you, I will inform Rosie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Others?
Well, now, those were the things that
That's what I've got.
Commission, Ms. Swigert.
I want to ask you some questions about your open space.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think part of the intention of the regulation regarding open space is to provide usable space for people that live there,
Correct.
whether it's passive or active recreation.
Yes, sir.
I haven't gone through all the development plans, so I don't know what's there. Can you describe which parcels are considered for that open space requirement and what improvements you're going to do?
Yes, sir. That section over here, the intent for it to be like kind of dog park or kind of places for picnic area or dog park. And then that area over here is kind of similar use all the way down on each side of the property.
Okay. And then had one of the things that I was kind of curious about and would be curious to see if you'd be willing to do this is you have a detention basin there, which to me looks like a perfect opportunity for a walking trail to go around there, a half-mile walking trail for the residents.
You mean around it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Have you put a fence around it, I don't know if there's enough space.
Do you require a fence?
Yeah.
Fences are required, depending on the slope of the basin itself. In the 2013 development plan that was presented and approved by this commission, that development plan did show a walking trail on the backside of the basin behind, adjacent to Governor's Place. Residents of Governor's Place were not pleased with that. They did not like the idea of people walking back through there.
Yeah.
That was the testimony
Right.
at the time.
Yeah.
It looked great. They had benches planned and things of that nature, but the residents of Governor's Place didn't care much for it. If it could just be passive green space, there is room to traverse back through there if they wanted to walk their dog or something, between the basin and it's an old farm fence at the back of Governor's Place.
Mhm.
But if it could just be, some passive space, that would address the concerns that we heard back in 2013. I think Mr. Jackson recalls that. And Mr. Lee, yes, thank you. Yes, so I just to bring the rest of the commission up to speed.
Okay. I understand the concern, but I guess I'll still ask that question. Would you be willing to put a trail that goes through there, that, like, say, connects your two green spaces, open spaces on those corners, and go so that people could walk along the water, whether it's on the backside or on the front side?
I'm not sure if I know the answer, to be honest with you, because I have to check the topography to see if we can do walking trail.
Right.
There's sidewalk within the development. There's
Sure.
over a
Yeah, I
mile of
understand.
sidewalk.
This would be more of a recreational thing as opposed to just. Okay.
I really don't know. I don't want to commit to something that's physically impossible to build. I never thought about it, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, would they be able, if they wanted to do that, if it got approved tonight without that, would they have to go back before us if they wanted to put that in?
In my opinion, that's such a minor change. It's an amenity to the development. I would hope that the commission would have enough faith that I let them approve that change with the cut sheet. The one issue is you can see a lot of the utility infrastructure. The one concern, if they start to build sidewalks or paved areas and such, that the equipment for the sewer department, water department may destroy that, damage it. Just something to consider. Because you can see there's a manhole in the upper right-hand corner of that one green space.
Sure.
So utilities are all over this site, and so that sort of dictated the design. But anything you build out in these green space areas are going to be subject to damage from utility companies.
And I'll leave it go in just 1 second, but the idea would be just an unpaved trail, like a gravel type of trail as opposed to, So,
We'll look into it, sir.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Brad.
Oh, actually, I'm good.
Commission, any questions?
Thank you.
So, at this point in time, we would like to, if the public has any questions for Mr. Laney, I mean, they need to be questions, and you'll have a chance to speak a little later, but if you have any pertinent to that applicant's presentation. No questions? Okay. The commission's asked questions, okay, now, at this point in time, does the staff, they know anyone who has to speak? I mean, nobody has to be sworn in, but is there any other? What's that? Okay. At this point in time, I think we're getting ready to make a recommendation on this development plan. Are we going to, there's quite a few, as Mr. Logan said, this is not exactly like how we did it in the transportation cabinet years ago. There should be a better explanation of why, as a direct, we're going to do this and that. Does anyone have sketch this out, how we're going to modify the motion? And, okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan as proposed by Haddish Construction LLC for the development of 93 townhomes at 300 Copperleaf Boulevard, with the following conditions. The conditions 1 through 5 as listed in the staff report. Additionally, additional conditions to restrict on-street parking to one side on roads A and B in the development plan as a matter of accessibility and public safety. Given that 28 foot is the minimum typically for two parking on both sides, these streets are 26 feet, so it allows generally for parking on one side. So roads A and B only, not C and D, which are the cross streets, but A and B, to limit parking to one side only as determined by staff. Additionally, to provide 5-foot sidewalks instead of 4-foot sidewalks, as 5 feet is the typical standard for pedestrians to walk side by side, but more specifically to accommodate persons with disabilities. So it's the minimum ADA standard for development. Additionally, that the developer would given the issues with drainage in this watershed, in the Slickway Branch watershed, that the developer prepare a comprehensive watershed drainage analysis that looks not just at the site, but at its impact for the overall watershed. That to be used by staff to determine, we'll set 25% as the target, but ultimately that watershed analysis will be used to help staff, inform staff on that ultimate percentage, but 25% is the target.
Second you.
What?
Second.
Your second.
I got
So
it.
you got a second, okay. Is there any further discussion? on the motion? Mr. Swigger?
Well, I have a question, and this is, I guess,
Yeah,
pertaining
discussion.
to, the procedure. If there were additional things we wanted to add in to that list, at what point is that, and how do we go about doing that?
There's a motion on
We
the
have a
floor.
motion on the floor.
There needs to be another motion for other items that would have to be brought up and seconded.
Right.
So you wouldn't amend this, you would approve this and then go,
This motion is made and seconded and would be voted on. If you have another motion to add additional conditions, then you would make a separate motion for that,
okay,
which would be seconded and voted upon also.
okay.
Okay, so at this point, we're gonna go ahead and, this will be a roll call vote on this motion. Would you proceed with that? Okay.
Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
No, when I want to explain my vote, we're putting an undue burden on the developer, plain and simple. No.
And Mr. Looney?
Yes.
Mr. Lesher?
Mr. Lee, can you clarify which of the conditions is
The
the
watershed analysis will delay the job.
I'm sorry, point of order.
Thousands
I'm
of-
sorry, we're in a roll
$10,000.
call. Is he allowed to ask questions in a roll call?
No, it's a.
I don't mean to be rude, but I
No,
just.
no, no,
just-
no,
I'm-
The question's been called. It's to be
Yeah, especially
voted
having.
on.
I'm sorry.
That's correct.
I'm sorry.
And Mr. Lee he was just stating his reasons for,
But he can explain his vote.
yeah, right, exactly.
Sorry.
All right.
Who's up?
No, it's up to me. No.
Mr. May?
I'll vote yes. I do have, and explaining my vote, I do have concerns about some restriction. Maybe we can clear those up with a prior amendment to this. My vote's yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
No.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
And Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
I may do.
We have 6 yeses and 2 noes. 6 yeses and 2 noes. 6 yeses and 2 noes.
Six, yeah.
Sorry.
And the motion has passed. Okay.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
now-
I'd like to make a second motion.
Okay.
Or another motion. And that would be to require the minimum driveway length between the sidewalk and the house to be at least 20 feet. And that, in order to accommodate large, personal vehicles. So it won't, and the idea is just so it won't block the sidewalk when people park in their driveways.
Is that, do we have a second on that?
I need to ask legal counsel a question before seconding. May I?
Yes, yes, Mr. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I want to ask legal counsel a question, please. Mr. Logan, one of the requirements attached to the approval of the development was that a full analysis of the watershed be done and placed on the back of this applicant. The full analysis of the watershed impacts and effects individuals and properties other than that owned by the applicant. Can that be modified in Mr. Swager's motion since it hadn't been seconded yet? Can that be modified to allow this applicant to look at that watershed information relative to his property, the property that he owns, and is making an application for, rather than the entire area?
The response is yes.
Okay. Mr. Swade, you made a motion that I'm willing to second, but are you willing to take on that modification so that we're not putting a undue financial burden on
Can you
just this applicant?
clarify what you're asking? Because what I'm asking for is not tens of thousands of dollars. It's looking at am I out of order here?
Yes.
That's already been, that's the past, motion's been passed, voted on, okay.
It can be brought back up after we are on another motion.
Right. Okay, so Mr. Swiger, you still have your motion, it's not been seconded yet, but you want to modify it before?
Mr. Jackson can make a
Well,
second motion.
I'm torn on this idea because I see where this could go, and there are multiple ways this could go. Because I voted yes on that last one.
He did vote yes. Did he vote yes on the last one?
No one has seconded.
Did he vote yes on the
Guys,
last one?
Brent?
He did.
We didn't get a second.
I understand.
And so we're back to more or less you want to square one.
That makes a difference procedurally. You have to
We need to
vote.
record though that the motion died for lack of a second and see what the next motion might be.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'd rather be able to address Paul,
Lack of a second.
Commissioner Looney's issue, but to allow the applicant to deal with his property without doing everything in the area. I feel that we're placing a burden on the applicant that is not rightfully his. It's partially his because he has property there, but it affects every other property in that area. And they should share in the cost if they have property there. And I don't know how to do it.
Let's see, okay.
What I was suggesting is an analysis that looks at this site's impact on the overall watershed. And so conventionally, analyses that are done on site only, when they're looked at in isolation, the cumulative impact of what's happening is not fully realized in the analysis. When you look at it in the broader perspective, you can really see at the full impact to the watershed as far as time of concentration, peak flow, other things that aren't necessarily recognized when you look at the site in isolation, if that makes sense. This isn't going to be $100,000 to do this analysis. I've had staff do this for me on other issues in this branch, so we're not talking about weeks and weeks of work to do this type of analysis. It's just looking at the broader perspective of what this site, what the development on this site's impact is to the overall watershed.
Okay.
But the motion passed had a full watershed analysis as one of your conditions. You know,
Right.
You could be, you could go as far as you want to. I mean, what's the scope on that? That's why I voted no. I mean, you need to get an environmental engineer, you have to get a hydraulic engineer, you have to get a
That's
civil
not what,
engineer.
that's not what that implies.
Mr. Wayne, could we, and that is actually the same reason I voted no as well. As it was phrased, it's an undue burden. Can we then make a motion to limit it based on what you just suggested? Is that a staff study, or is that a study that the applicant is going to have to pay from an outside source?
It's going to cost several $1,000s. I don't know if the staff's going to take that on.
But this would be no different than what we do for traffic impact studies on, you're not just looking at the entrance where they are, but in some cases, if it's big enough, you're looking beyond that entrance. You're looking downstream on the roads. And you have to get data from those other locations.
Then what we probably ought to do is ask staff, do they understand what we just finished discussing with regard to that
I
particular?
think we could limit it to everything at this site and downstream, since this is pretty close to the downstream side, unless Mr. Hewitt has a recommendation.
Well, Ms. Looney, as you recall, the county performed a watershed analysis to the west of this subject property in conjunction with you and your position at the cabinet, and you also had your staff do that analysis as well. Is that something that staff could share with the applicant and assist them in their analysis? And that could help save time and money?
Yeah, I don't want to.
Because we took it all the way down to Elkhorn, if I'm not mistaken.
It's just, I think it'll need to be updated to reflect the development on the site to kept, but I think, yeah, you can just tag on to that. Nobody wants an undue burden on this commission, I don't
Right.
believe, of the
So,
applicant.
so we went all the way from north of the interstate, all the way down to Elkhorn Creek on the analysis, correct? And that's when we were,
Yep.
because the county has, for many years, had a project for regional detention basins in an area to minimize the impacts downstream. That's why that analysis was done, and Mr. Looney was at 2018, I think?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, if it's okay, I will share all that information, and
I would like to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have a motion and a second. If we clarify this now for the record, I think we're probably okay.
Yeah, I think so
We can
too.
approve it, and we can approve it, go ahead.
Yes.
I'm curious if-
Do we need to just clarify, or we need to make a motion? I think we should make a
It's
motion.
on the record, so.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we modify the previous vote to limit the watershed analysis to the staff's 2018 report. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to do this, and I'm going to ask the attorney's opinion on this. Would it not be cleaner, I'm just asking you for because the rules of procedure for this particular body. Can a subsequent motion add on to a previous motion that's passed? Or should we say, like, I move the previous motion back before us?
What has been done is appropriate. He is making a motion to modify
Okay.
previous approval. That could be done by either the individual who initially made the motion and the second approving that, or it could be done by separate motions where we're going through the process of appropriation.
Okay, that's one.
Either of the two.
You want me to do
All right,
it?
I just wanted to be sure, out of fairness to the applicants, that we didn't. Thank you.
So we have to roll call.
We do have a second, and is there any further discussion on that motion?
Call question.
Who seconded?
Any questions?
I did.
Yeah, we got a second. Okay. We're gonna call the questions. Can we roll call vote, please? On this modification.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney?
Yes.
Mr. Lesher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yeah.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Chairman Wright?
Yes.
All in favor?
That was interesting.
Are there,
Right. Use that.
okay.
I think it can be, I think.
Madam Secretary, will you introduce the next item, please?
It'll be less burden than starting over.
Well, right, yeah, for sure. You need it?
Uh,
Public hearing. Tierney Storage LLC is requesting approval of a zone map amendment from agricultural district, AG, to industrial general district, IG, for a 85.388 acre portion of property located in Franklin County, identified as a portion of tract 1, 84.058 acres, and a portion of tract 2, 1.331 acres, located at 690 Duncan Road. The property is more specifically identified as a portion of PVA map number 087-00-00-031.00, tract 1, and a portion of PVA map number 087-00-00-031.01, tract 2, county item.
Okay. I'd like to, before we go any further, Robert, I didn't are we monitoring Zoom or applicants viewers from, on Zoom? I mean, do we have many people? You have two? Three? Okay. We want to make sure, what we're going to do is that we're going to, we got a few signatures up here. Are these people not able to, are they going to be able to?
Zach, I don't have PowerPoint, so you can utilize the screens for the. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, what we'll do here on questions and any testimony, we'll try to get the people in the audience first, and then get the people on Zoom, so we won't get any confusion back and forth. And we also like to look at, we have several signatures here, and we're thinking about terms of like 5 minutes to speak. This is the testimony, not the question. And we have 13 people. If that's, we can see how that goes. Excuse me, Ms. Schimmer.
Since there are so few people here, could there be accommodations for people who go a couple minutes over that 5 minutes?
Oh, certainly. And some people may want to say, I don't know if we have any formal way, can we not pass on time?
I think we need to set a time and make everyone adhere to it. Chris can cut her comments down. I'm positive to get her point across. But if it goes over a minute, that's fine, but you're going to do it at every.
Who's got the stopwatch? Is that good?
Ben can do it.
Ben Hewitt's got his up right now? Okay, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, so we've got about 13 people. Some may not want to speak. But having that, we'll get that cleared out of the way. At this point, I'd like to ask the staff to. And we're gonna try to give the staff and the applicant 20 minutes. Does that work for you? Can you do it in 20
Yes,
minutes?
not a problem.
Yep.
Oh, you don't have to time me.
Could you state your name for the record?
Robert Hewitt,
What's your position with County Farm?
Director of the Planning and Building Codes Department.
How many years have you been with the county planning and zoning office?
15.
How many years of experience do you have in the area of planning and zoning?
24.
And would you briefly relay your education and experience to the commission?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Western Kentucky University in Geography with a minor in City and Regional Planning. A member of the American Planning Association since 1999. Floodplain Coordinator, Stormwater Certified Stormwater Coordinator. Member of 4 different committees for the Bluegrass Area Development District. Leadership, Frankfort graduate, that's good enough. My Vita's on file.
And have you, your visa is on file,
Yes.
and are there any updates to that from the commission tonight?
No, sir.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness before planning, zoning, and other administrative boards?
Yes.
Now, the first thing I'm going to ask is, did you prepare a report for consideration of the commission tonight?
Yes.
Did you reduce that report to writing?
Yes.
Would you briefly indicate on this report the overall synopsis for the commission?
Staff had recommended approval of the applicant's request based on the goals and policies contained within the comprehensive plan. My recommendation and findings of fact, my recommendation of approval and findings of fact are located on page 15 of the staff report.
Let me ask you specifically, how is this property designated in the comprehensive plan future land use map?
Commerce Center,
And where is the Commerce Center, what zones are they located in?
industrial zones.
Did the planning office consider a traffic study with regard to this application?
Yes.
Did you require any additional traffic studies other than the one that was provided to you?
None additional. There was one revision.
And are any properties adjacent to this property zoned in the same requested zone?
Yes.
Where are they?
They are in Industrial Park 3 to the west of the subject property, as well as properties to the north across Duncan Road.
Where is this property in comparison to the industrial park in conjunction with it?
It is immediately adjacent to Industrial Park number 3 at its southeast boundary.
And where is it located in conjunction to I-64?
It is 1 mile south of the interchange of I-64 and US Highway 60.
Do you have any additions or deletions to the staff report that you prepared?
I do have 3 exhibits to present to the commission this evening.
All right, sir, would you please go forward and do that?
Yes, sir.
What is the first exhibit that you just handed out?
The first exhibit is an excerpt from the KYTC construction plans for the improvements at the intersection of I-64 and US Highway 60. This is an HSIP project initiated by the Transportation Cabinet.
Do you have any other exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Do you need to write that exhibit number on there? I don't know if you do or you don't. I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
Would you indicate what the second exhibit is?
The second exhibit identifies the subject property and existing water and sewer infrastructure on and adjacent to the site, including pipe diameters and manholes locations.
Could you explain what exhibit 3 consists of?
Exhibit 3 is an image of the subject property as well as properties to the south, utilizing hillshade based on the ortho imagery provided in 2019, a project completed in conjunction with the city, the county, and the Frankfort Plant Board. It identifies the subject property, property identified as Castle and Key in Woodford County, and a generalized watershed area based on ravines within that imagery.
Do you have any other additions or deletions to the staff report other than the exhibits?
No, sir.
Mr. Chair, I move that the staff report and the 3 exhibits be introduced into the record and let Mr. Hughes be available for questions.
If I may, my office did receive a large volume of written statements that if the board would wish to consider, I could submit that this evening. I only have 1 copy, and they are 2-sided documents. So if the board wishes to receive this, I could submit it at this time. If not, I'll place it back on the table.
I think we need to go ahead and receive that.
All right.
I would like just to note the objection, the applicant, of any written statements from folks that are not here to testify at this open meeting that was continued 3 times to make everyone safe, to make everyone have the availability of coming to the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I think you could note his note his objection to the introduction of those documents, and the commission may give him whatever weight they need.
Okay. But before we go into questioning, I'd like to go ahead and do something beforehand and get this kind of out of the way before it goes too far. We need to get the witnesses who have signed in, sworn in, and I think that's done by a group. And I don't know how many people we have here on Zoom who requested to be maybe give testimony. I don't remember how many there are. If there are any? 3. And I guess on a swearing in, you could raise your hand or what?
Just
It was
before-
our last meeting.
A lot of my questions at this moment are more of clarifications than actually pointed questions, but from the last time that we've seen this proposal and now, are there any changes to the request?
Not to the applicant's request.
So it's the exact same thing we saw in 2019.
Yes, the applicant's request is identical.
Secondly, in the packet that we received, this is more of my clarification, we received this item, starts with Diane Zimmerman. I believe your CE is in here as well. There's some exhibits. At the very last, there's this.
Those are supplemental documents submitted by the applicant,
Okay, so this document was not submitted by your staff. This is not prepared.
not by my staff, no,
Okay,
sir.
so
It should have a cover sheet that says applicant's exhibits.
I may be missing the cover sheet, so that's very possible. It's that one? Okay, all right. So that's just clarification. I want to know where this came from.
Sure.
Thank you. I think that's my clarification questions.
Okay, we had, Mr. Looney.
Mr. Hewitt, this, you said the comprehensive land use plan identifies this as an employment center?
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's generally employment and light industrial uses. Is IG the only zoning classification that would fit in? Or that's the most intensive classification? Would employment and light industrial fit into any of the I zoning?
So there are two classifications, IC and
IC?
IG.
Yeah.
Yes, so when the comprehensive plan refers to light industrial, you know, industrial is industrial. I don't know what.
Well, there's a
light is.
lot allowed in IG that's not in IC.
Correct.
And that's by, so would this fit with an IC? And I realize that the applicant has not asked for that. My question to you is, with generally an employment center with, you know, this is light, employment and light industrial uses. IG seems to allow heavy industrial uses. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it does.
So does that fully fit with employment center?
Well, but it also includes those light industrial uses as well.
Does heavy industrial use fit in an employment center land use?
I believe it does, because if you look at the future land use map, all of industrial park number 3 is employment center. The 99% of the industrial future land use properties in this community, both city and county, are limited to distilleries. All other industrial parks are employment center.
And this, I'm not gonna testify. I have another question. Under goal 2, the preserve and reinforce distinction between urban and rural areas of Franklin County, and there, I'm curious, the staff's thoughts here. You know, the intent here is to distinguish urban from rural. And if we push this all the way to the edge of Franklin County, how have we allowed Franklin County to distinguish between rural and urban? If you
Well,
push industrial all the way to our edge, we no longer can control that distinction. Is that, do you agree with that?
Well, no, sir, because industrial zoned property and industrial developed property goes to the county line all the way over to Versailles Road, across Duncan Road, those other plants that are there. They go all the way to the county line.
Does that meet goal 2?
It did at the time, and it does today, so they're still there and they're still operating.
So
I mean-
you're testifying then that pushing to the edge of Franklin County and not distinguishing urban from rural is satisfactory? And meets the goal 2?
I don't know of any rural land that has an 8-inch gravity sewer with manholes, 24-inch water line with fire hydrants, and a 12-inch water line with fire hydrants on a state road within 1 mile of the interstate.
General question into the report. I noticed oftentimes there were statements that policies X, Y, and Z support, and sometimes it says they're applicable. Are those synonymous terms, or are they intended to be synonymous when you say that, or is supportive means it supports and applicable means it could be pro or con?
Yes, you are correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And then also I said, some are not applicable. I believe that is I think I said that twice in the report.
Well, under goal 2, for instance, it
Yes,
says it appears that policies 2 and 3 are applicable. 3 is basically supporting infill. This doesn't appear to be an infill development. So I'm curious as how that's applicable. Does that mean it's applicable in the negative sense?
Are you talking about
On page
the
7?
language to infill itself?
Yeah.
I think it can be applied that this is an infill development as relates to its existing infrastructure on the boundaries of this subject property and its proximity to the intense industrial park number 3. No different than the Parsons Farm adjacent to the interstate. That's a farm that is adjacent to Franklin Square Shopping Center, and the city's deeming it infill, and bound by the interstate and the state highway. So the difference in that case, it doesn't have utilities. This one does. If this were not intended to develop, I do not believe the city of Frankfort would have invested in the amount of infrastructure on and around this property if there was no intent to have it developed. And the planning commission designated it as an employment center over 10 years ago.
Yeah, I guess I'll just disagree that this would be, that undeveloped site would be classified as infill.
Well,
But that's,
you can't fill it if it's already filled. It has to be vacant to be deemed an infill development.
we'll agree to disagree on that.
Fair enough.
Does the commission have any other questions?
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Lusher.
we do. Getting to a lot of the meat and potatoes of a lot of why people are here, and also getting to one of the reasons we delayed this hearing at least one session by the request of Woodford County. What modifications to this parcel were made prior to this application, prior to them being approved and then not approved? And of those modifications to the property, which were approved, which were allowed, and which were done without any approval?
Oh, you're referring to physical changes to the
Yes.
property? Oh, okay. I did receive a written request, multiple written requests by the same individual to perform a site inspection of the property for what was claimed to be activity occurring on the site. First initial visit to the site, the gate was locked and I had no access. I then reached out to the attorney for the applicant and asked if I could have access to the property, in which I was granted access. I was allowed to view the entire property. There has been land disturbance activity both in Franklin County as well as in Woodford County. In my conversations with the property owner, they have indicated that they have filed their notice of intent with the Division of Water, and that the Division of Water Field Inspector has been on site to inspect their silt fences, best management practices, and erosion control measures. And the applicant has also indicated that they've received approvals from Woodford County, which I'm not privy to. My office did not issue any permits or approvals for any activity on the property. It's my opinion that it's an agricultural zoned property. The gate was locked, and until it was brought to my attention that something was going on, I didn't go to the property. No more so than I do when a farmer plows his field every spring.
I understand the very succinct answer of that. However, were made aware the last time we saw this, the destruction of the property, more particularly the buffer between the industrial zone and that property, the destruction of the trees. Other than you noticing some modifications, this has been going on now for 2 years, so it's a fairly well visible property. Many of those things can be observed from the road without going on property. What other items did you observe other than the watershed or the water modifications? What else are we missing here?
Well, I'm not aware of any water modifications that were done. There was land land disturbance activity and soil stockpiles that are present. And then I was advised that some of the material from the US 60 widening project was allowed to be placed on this property. And then also an access road to Fortune Drive within the industrial park has been established as a gravel road, which had been mentioned, which had been testified to at the last hearing in 2000, that the property owner had acquired land to accommodate right-of-way for access, for a second access that's required by the regulations. So those were the changes, or those were the improvements that I saw on site.
Okay, so just to clarify, none of these modifications have been permitted by your office?
No, sir.
That's my question.
I have a question.
Yes.
The, you know, tearing the house down, putting a gravel road, is that all eligible or safe to do in an ag zone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Man,
Oh, yes, Chairman Jackson.
as a follow-up to the previous questions, Mr. Hewitt, you said that you had access and you went and you reviewed the property. There was concern voiced about the water that is coming out of that property and going, but when you reviewed the property, did you observe, I guess, drainage coming out of the day sales property that's draining into the Tyranny property that is going into a basin and then draining out across to the road over on the opposite side?
Yes.
Did you also observe the drainage of water coming out of the Kentucky Department of Agriculture properties across there and coming into the Tyranny property and then draining through the same exit drain to the property across the street?
No, sir, I did not go on state property. I did not observe
You
that.
should be able to see it from the Tyranny property, those big black caverns that drain across there. I'm gonna say it until Mr. Logan stop me. I happened to walk out there this afternoon and I saw the drainage pipes coming from Day. I also saw huge drainage pipe coming from the Department of Agriculture parking area and across that green landscape. There was a drainage basin, detention basin, just before you hit the Tyranny property, but it's coming out of there and it's going in to a small drainage basin on the Tyranny property and then draining down the same way.
Are you asking him if he's?
I'm about to ask the question. And the question was, did you see that second set of drainage pipes that are coming out of that parking area associated with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture property there?
While I did not see it the day that I was on site, my office did review and approve the modifications of that basin many years ago. So I'm aware of its existence.
Okay? And so when the concerns are expressed about that drainage, as if it originates on the Tyranny property and then come across and flood the street and go over and be drained, I guess, to Slickaway, wherever it connects with Slickaway, can we say really that the Tyranny property is the cause of that drainage and flooding that happens right there in that curve?
No, sir, I don't think you can. There's too much watershed that, or there is watershed that comes both from Woodford County as well as the industrial park that end up in that roadside ditch, that creek or whatever, that causes overtopping. It's not a, there's no single source for that water.
Then if those contributors currently exist, how would a zone change or non-zone change impact the manner in which that water drains to that central location and moves to the opposite side of the road and on to Slickaway? How does it create, I guess, a hazard?
Well, I would say, well, you ask about how does this zone change impact that?
Yeah.
If the property is zoned for an industrial zone that allows for development, as I've stated in earlier cases, on-site detention is required. As we just heard in our earlier case, you have now set a precedent to allow staff to require, in the same sensitive Slickway Branch watershed, the ability to impose a higher standard. And that is what's necessary for this watershed. The county engineer and myself have studied this watershed to the nth degree. Mr. Looney's aware of the county's efforts to try to minimize the impacts of flooding downstream along Slickway Branch. The county engineer and I have viewed hundreds and hundreds of miles of watershed. It doesn't just come from Duncan Road. It comes from north of the interstate in Woodford County. It comes from all over the place. Industrial Park number 2. But development of this site, while there is an infiltration rate for grass surfaces, I think, and the stormwater engineer can elaborate on this further, but based on my training and experience, when you detain it, you're able to control the amount of flow and the direction of the flow. So, and it's reviewed, it's prepared by an engineer, it's reviewed by an engineer, and then it's certified by an engineer, so that if, we can see if there's a problem before it happens.
Okay, with all of that as a backdrop, how did staff conclude, I guess, that the property, regardless of the contributing drainage areas, does not create a special flood hazard?
Special flood hazard is a designation by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. There is not a mapped regulatory floodplain on this property, so therefore, no flood hazard exists. And I am the Franklin County Floodplain Administrator.
Okay. If you'll take a look at the information on page 12 of 16, in the middle of the page where we talk about policies 1, 3, 5, and 5, and as I was going through that, can you explain why policy number 4 does not apply to this request?
The view shed along Duncan Road, with its existing uses of a power substation, a nearly built-out industrial park, auto repair shop, salvage yard, not one property is going to protect that entire view shed. The view shed was gone a long time ago. This property is adjacent to an existing industrial park that sits at generally the same elevation as the industrial park. It just happens to be the last one before you change to another county. Now, you know, does Woodford County want to preserve their view shed? It'd be easy to, because the only thing there are homes and farms. Franklin County chose a different path. They chose to develop in this quadrant in proximity to the interchange.
Okay, I only asked you to explain why number 4 didn't apply. I didn't.
And that's why, in my opinion, humbly.
Okay, then go down to number 6.
Goal 6 or
That's
policy?
the staff finding.
Don't say the number.
Well, it's on the same page.
Policy 6.
At the bottom of that page, it says goal 6. Yes,
Oh, goal 6.
yeah. And
Okay.
and the staff finding. Help me, if you will, to understand, if you will clarify, please, the staff finding as it relates to this application or this project being located in the immediate vicinity of residential dwellings, and how that does not impact the request
Well,
for zone change.
yes, sir. Thank you. Well, I'm stating that an industrial use across the street from the residential neighborhood would not promote the stability, preservation, or viability of the adjacent Hilltop Meadows neighborhood located to the east. And additionally, I did not find any policies of that goal that supported the applicant's request. And the employment center designation, future land use within the comprehensive plan also discourages any residential uses within that land use, future land use category.
And my last question for the moment is on the next page, if you will, at the top of the page, item number 5. We had lots of concerns expressed, if you will, with regard to the historic nature of aspects of the applicant's property that requested for the zone change. And in the policy analysis that staff did, item number 5 was not in any way included in that analysis and discussion. Can you explain why item number 5 there would not apply to the property?
Well,
The discussion was that there were items of a historic nature here on this property, as well as quote-unquote a mention of the property as being on the historic register. How does number 5 not apply in this instance when you all did the analysis?
well, that's covered on page 1 in my background, in which I provided dates and identification of structures that had been removed throughout the proceedings, whether it be the first zone change or this zone change request. So it's covered in the background. Additionally, in the last hearing, there was testimony about the discovery of a headstone and whether it was a grave present or the like. I had a direct conversation with the county coroner, Franklin County coroner, in which he advised me that there was a grave present, and that a certified funeral home director interred the body and relocated it on the same farm, as well as the headstone marker, and the body was reinterred at a different location on the same property. And so,
Okay,
believe
did
that
you
address-
observe it?
yes, sir.
Okay,
I
Thank
touched it, touched the headstone,
thank you.
and read the date.
No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions to the commission at this point in time? Mr. Swiggers?
Robert, just kind of, I'm trying to understand that there was a preliminary development plan or concept plan.
Concept plan, yes, sir.
What is required in terms of the level of information, the details and information that are required to be on a conceptual plan during this stage? How flexible is it to change if this advanced? And I see that it looks like looks like maybe, if I read the number correct, there's a proposed warehouse that looked like it's about 10 acres big on there, and a road and some detention basins. How much could this change, from what we're looking at right now versus what could get built? And I'll just expand the question a little. Could it be a 1 acre warehouse? Could it be 5 more 10-acre warehouses? Could the road be relocated? More road be added? How much can it change?
Excellent question. So the concept plan is a non-binding document required for this application. If approved, the concept plan, or excuse me, the future development plan presented to my office should be generally consistent with the concept plan. Minor adjustments to a roadway based on geologic features that aren't suitable for road construction, that's not a big deal. If a building is shown in the concept plan at 400,000 square feet and it's submitted to me at 300,000 square feet, I find that acceptable. If it goes to, in your case, if it turns into multiple 400,000 square feet or 15, 20,000 square feet, well, then that's not consistent with the concept plan. That needs to come back to the planning commission, or the development plan would need to come to the commission. It's too far off, you can't do a bait and switch.
It's also true, we could also put, if approved, we put addition that the final development plan has come for us. We can put earthen berms in front of houses and setbacks and light restrictions and 10 rows of trees, if whatever we so desire. That can also happen too, right?
That is correct, and
Thank you.
this committee has done this many times in the past.
I would like to, this is kind of going back to, maybe it's trying to address some things we all dealt with on this first time. And I think Mr. Lee or Mr. Sanderson asked you on agriculture if it was allowable to cut a road through or raise a house or do any number of things. Okay. And without getting too deep into particulars, okay, you have an ag zone property and you do these things on it, okay, and they might be distasteful or not very popular, okay. Are those things relatively pertinent to that property, therefore, one day being rezoned to IG? I mean, you're taking an age or a piece of property and saying, okay, this is now I want to make it industrial. And is it proper or fair to bring up things that may have happened on that property when it was ag? And I know that's a broader, almost, some people want to call it an ethical issue, and it's been one of those things that's out front on this property, and it will be on other properties. But I think that needs to be, we have a lot of things we look at here, okay? And I've always been curious about that since not only on this project, but others. Is it fair, or is it within professional, your judgment? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot in regard to this, but how many things could possibly happen on a property, and then you one day say, this is not ag anymore, I think, and it may be overqualified. Would any of those things disqualify this property from being reconsidered IG? I mean,
No, sir, I don't believe so, because if you look at the land use table within the zoning ordinance, agricultural zoned land allows for many non-agricultural uses as permitted uses or conditional within it. Campgrounds is a very common one, okay? RV parks and campgrounds, ag zone, that's, I believe, the only zone it's allowed to go in. Now, is a campground an agricultural use? No, but powers that be back in the day said it's okay in an ag, and so it still occurs today. So we do zone changes from, say, a commercial property or a residential property to an ag just because the applicant's intent to have a campground. You know, ag-zoned properties don't require traffic studies. They get special exemptions from the legislature. They get exemptions from building codes, building permit requirements, plumbing permit requirements. The only exemption they don't receive is an electrical permit. They have to follow the National Electric Code. Otherwise, the legislature has just opened the doors for agricultural properties. You get ag exemptions on your taxes, and the list goes on and on. You know, special provisions for, you know, for fruit stands and, you know, other quasi-ag tourism kind of things. It's very open, but should that disqualify that ag property and its prior uses from becoming something else? I don't believe so, no.
I'd like to add something to Chairman Wright's, and I don't believe he was asking, I think he was asking more to intent. While it may be legal, may be permissible under the ag designation. I mean, good examples, but if someone was using the ag exemptions with all intent to be industrial, not agriculture, only leaving it as agriculture, to use those exemptions, should your office consider that?
Well, since the fiscal court denied the application, I mean, I can only consider it as ag. If an ag property owner wants to go and grade off a hilltop, take down a barn and build a gravel road, I mean, that's their right. I've never regulated any farmer for doing any of those activities. Dig a pond, do I go inspect erosion control? No, you're an ag. Erosion control and land disturbance for ag properties falls under a different regulation than my KPDES permit. So, ag and farms are much different, viewed in a different light.
Mr. Chairman, one other question.
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Hewitt, in any number of requests for zone changes before this commission, has introduced the question of exactly how many acres of property does Franklin County have that is zoned industrial? How many acres do we have that's not been built on, that's available for purchase and use?
While I don't have that analysis with me, I can say that there are many industrial zone properties in the county
That's vacant.
that are vacant,
Okay.
that are worthless as industrial property because they're too small. They are way too small. You know, no industry wants a 2-acre ag site. Doesn't do any good. Barely get a McDonald's on a 2-acre site. So, the amount of zoned land does not equate to the amount of available, buildable, usable industrial land. And I think that distinction needs to be on the record. Industrial Park 3 is a great example.
And while I would not like you to do a huge guesstimate, but would you do a guesstimate of, for example, we are.
Mr. Logan.
So far off track now.
Okay.
On what was brought before us tonight.
Okay.
Whether or not there's other available land is not, the application hasn't been made for that, we don't know.
I figured he'd get me soon.
It took a little longer than we thought.
He got it.
Then we hoped.
I think it was another way to ask my question, Mr. Logan. Go forward. I'll think of it.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, at this point, I'd like to ask does the applicant have any questions?
I do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm John Roth, by the way. Many of you saw me before, but I see a lot of new faces. I'm from Winchester and represent Mr. Cherry. Mr. Hewitt, just as a housekeeping thing, you indicated your resume was in the record, whatever record there is.
Excuse me, sir. In the court report here, can you hear him from over there?
Okay, I'll speak up.
That's okay.
I'll
Was
speak
your
up.
last name Thompson?
Rumpf, R-O-M-P-F. It's like you're romping through the woods with an
Gotcha.
F on
I
it.
think maybe your mask.
There you go.
Thank
Hear me
you.
better.
Yeah, but
Will you
look
make,
better with it on.
will you make, everybody says that.
R-O-M-P-I-N.
Will you make your resume a part of the record here tonight? Is that a copy of your resume?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned the exhibits that you introduced there, and I'm gonna get back to those in a second. But one of the exhibits that you didn't mention was the Franklin County present zoning map, which is shown as page 16 of 16 on your report. Is the subject property shown as the white area surrounded by pink?
Yes.
Is it just like a piece of a puzzle that hasn't been put on the puzzle yet?
Yes.
And that piece of property, as you mentioned on page 3 of your report, 3 of 16, is the 690 Duncan Road property. And
Yes.
that is the future land use map of the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan, Exhibit 6 to the Comprehensive Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And has this piece of property been designated for employment-centered use since 1981? In your previous report, I think you,
I believe that I don't recall specifically, I know it's been many decades.
at the previous hearing, you indicated that comprehensive plan had been reviewed and revised 2 to 3 times, and this property was left on the future land use map as industrial. Is that correct?
Employment center.
Employment
Yes,
center.
I did, yes.
I'm positive this commission knows how a comprehensive plan comes about, but I'd just like to ask you, as a general overview, does the state of Kentucky have some statutes that allow local governments to set up planning and zoning?
Yes.
And did Franklin County and the city of Frankfort adopt a joint ordinance adopting planning and zoning for Franklin County?
Yes.
And as a part of the process mandated by the state statute, you have to have a comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's part of your ordinance as well. And I
Yes.
think at the beginning of this meeting, the report was given by this nice fellow over here. Couldn't hear him real well but from the back, but presently, the comprehensive plan in Franklin County is being reviewed for revision. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's reviewed every 5 years. Is that correct? Or it's
Yes.
supposed to be?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I remember the previous hearing, Mrs. Goddard testified, and that she was a participant in at least 2 of the recent planning and zoning comprehensive plan reports. Is that correct? As a citizen member, you may not recall that.
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. So citizens get together, the comprehensive plan is sort of a landscape for how the city and county are gonna allow their property to be developed, how they're gonna restrict property for the next 5 years, and then they're gonna review it again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, would you agree planning and zoning is a manner in which you take a man's property and you tell him how he has to use it or how he can use it?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's done in accordance with the common good. Common good, is that correct? For the good of the, for the good of society, for the good of the county.
Yes.
But it is a restriction on a person's use of land. And that's why when the motion was made in the previous hearing, that it may not be reasonable to require this guy doing this townhouse development to do a whole watershed study to justify that. And I think there was some concern about doing that. So there's always a balance between what's good for the whole and what's good for the man that owns the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the comprehensive plan is the guiding light to implement the policies of the planning and zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, there was some discussion about, did this meet goal number 4 or something? And you said it did not meet it. Does a application for a zone change have to meet every goal in the comprehensive plan and every policy under every goal before the planning commission can approve it?
No.
As a matter of fact, that's probably an impossibility given the give and take of planning and zoning. Is that correct?
Yes, I've never seen an application comply with every goal and every policy.
Now, how does the plan relate to this land use map that's been in effect since 1981? How does it relate to this planning commission, this zoning board, or this comprehensive plan revision? They come up with this at the end of their planning process and set out the particular uses for particular pieces of property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, why do they do that?
Why do they set out?
Why
particular
do
uses?
they designate uses for property? What's the purposes of doing that?
To ensure compatibility throughout the community and available
Okay.
uses and things of that nature?
So if Mr. Tierney went to your office and asked for the future land use map and thought about buying this property on Duncan Road, and he saw it was designated as employment center, was that one of the reasons they do this map, is so you can kind of know what the community thinks about the piece of property you're considering on buying?
That is correct.
And if the Frankfort Plant Board is sitting down there and figuring out how to spend $6 million to put sewer and water lines in, do they take into consideration what this comprehensive plan has said since 1981 in order to make their plans on how they're going to spend their $6 million?
I have had the conversations with the plant board, yes.
Okay. And matter of fact, when these things come in, the plant board has a review and they make a report. And I think you've already testified that one of the strong reasons that this property is suitable for industrial zoning is the fact that the Frankfort Plant Board chose it to put a 8-inch sanitary sewer and 24-inch water main. Is that correct?
Yes, and as well as a 12-inch water main.
Now,
with fire protection.
Does this property meet all the development guidelines that are set forth on page 4 of 8? I think you set forth on page 4 of 18 of the staff report. Actually, 4 of 16.
4 of 16.
Yeah. First of all, is it new development where water and sewers are available from public agencies and to meet demand?
Yes.
Checks that block. No development could occur where there is not adequate water supply and water pressure for fire protection services. Does it check that block?
Yes.
Does the employment center located near major thoroughfares to accommodate excess truck and automobile traffic? Does it check that box?
Yes.
And then we mentioned about when infill development occurs, the density and character of the development should reflect the existing uses that surround the property. Is that where this comes in?
Yes, sir.
Does this affect, if we're putting this infill piece of the puzzle in here and it has IG all around it, is that not the very definition of completing the puzzle?
I object, IG is not all around that.
Okay.
It is not.
There's
Well-
a long border that's ag.
And I
Point
think-
of order, he's making his case, you get to make yours.
Well,
I think,
we're under oath.
okay.
Well, you can make your case when.
Well, I would like to concede that down on the far right corner of that map, there's the hillside residential area, okay? But the property on 3 sides of it is clearly, according to the maps and every bit of information, IG. And then, let's see, number 5, large sites with extra landscaping should be used adjacent to residential uses. I don't know that that's applicable here, but I think you indicated that just so we know what we're actually doing here, if this zone change is approved, before anybody can do anything, there's got to be a development plan. And I kind of get the idea that this board will get to consider the development plan, just like they considered the one before this. There'll be input from you, first of all, and you will meet with the developer and come up with what, you think's reasonable for the citizens of Franklin County, and then this board will approve it. Is that correct?
They may approve it or
Well,
deny it,
or
but it will
deny
be
it, that's
presented
right.
for consideration.
There you go. So, traffic impact study, did you require that to be done in this case?
Yes.
Is that in the record?
Yes.
And what was the conclusion of that?
planning commission's traffic engineer agreed with the conclusions of the applicant's traffic engineer.
And then the seventh condition is that the city, county, and any new prospective business should utilize information from the Economic Development Authority. Was that done in this case?
Yes.
And was Ms. Bradshaw consulted, and has she actually submitted a letter in favor of this proposal?
Yes.
And then the last thing is .com, and I guess that if somebody can get a .com business on this, that would that'd be great.
Yes, sir.
I think the governor would vote for it. He was at the Derby wanting batteries and .coms. Now let me talk a bit about stormwater, and I'm not going to beat this horse to death. You in your report, you address it, and I think I think 11 of 16 under goal 5, protecting the environment. Before anything's done on this property to create a additional runoff of stormwater, will there have to be an engineer design a stormwater facility or facilities to handle not only the water from this, but also Mr. Jackson's mentioned water that's coming onto this site from other places. And will this stormwater analysis that has to be done, will that be done in conjunction with this development plan? And again, before any construction is created, you will comply with goal 5 of the comprehensive plan by having a engineer certified stormwater plan that's been reviewed by your engineers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I think that's all I have of this witness.
I have copies for you of what was submitted into the record.
Okay. Do I get this?
You'll bring them up here.
Mr. Logan, do I get his resignation?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, there may be other questions to this witness from the opposing side.
Well, I was going to actually ask the public if they had any questions as opposed to any testimony. The questions should be, you'll have a chance to testify or make a statement later, but if you have any questions aimed toward the staff, please, come forward if you have those right now. Is the public going to be also the public who's Zooming? I can't see who wants to, if they have any questions at this point in time. Are there any that, excuse me, ma'am?
Well, I actually have, I'm not sure if it's a question or I'm lodging an objection. Since Mr. Rolfe was allowed to lodge an objection about the materials that people had submitted for the 3 previous meetings, and I think his objection, he said, was based on safety. It was not just safety, it was for several issues, as far as like Woodford County was not notified, other things, but a lot of people, neighbors, civic organizations, Castle and Key, who explained in great detail their damage that they had experienced from this already development of what he's been doing in the last 2 years. So they have all submitted their things, and we were told that you would hear, or you would actually consider them into the record tonight. Now, he's placed them in the record, but he's only given you 1 copy, so evidently, no one here has been able to review any reports, maps. I paid someone I paid to have a drone footage that I submitted to Mr. Hewitt for you all to be able to review tonight of the property that would have answered a lot of the questions.
Ms. Goddard, there is no, they do not have to review it tonight. They may take that after we close the public hearing and review it with the transcript and make a decision on it. That doesn't mean it's not going to be considered.
Well, Mr. Rolfe does an objection that it's, he
He
made an objection.
He made a legal objection to it. You have a legal objection to anything that he wants to introduce. You may make that.
Okay, well, I do object that, I object that he's objecting to us being able to have it on record.
I'm just gonna tell you, your
It's for an
objection to his
open-
objection is
it's-
not gonna be
Okay,
considered.
well, for open meetings, I would like for you all to be able to have, we thought you all were gonna be able to review the information prior to the meeting.
Well, and we did not, but we're gonna have that
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's-
emailed to all of us. That will be sent to all of us. Excuse me.
Well, sorry.
While we're rendering objections, Mr. Chairman, she just handed you some stuff or gave it to Mr. Hewitt. She's never given it to me. Not only don't I have the person to cross-examine, but I don't even have the paper to read to see what you're gonna consider. So, note my objection.
I submitted it to Mr. Hewitt
Well,
in accordance with the guidelines submitted by Mr.
Ms.
Hewitt.
Goddard, I'm sorry, he was made an objection, he's corrected it.
She cannot hear record.
She cannot hear.
She's not able to hear.
We need it for the record.
If you're waiting the mic.
To be sure, because what you're saying is important, we want to make
Do you
sure.
want me to come to the front?
But it's being recorded.
Okay, yes, sir.
Just state your name for the
Okay.
record, they got your.
Okay, my name is Susan Goddard, and I am objecting to all the materials that our neighbors in Vision Franklin County, Castle and Key, and other people, we contacted Planning and Zoning ahead of the first meeting, and we asked if those materials would be included in your packets, and we're told, yes, they would if they were submitted by noon on a certain day. We made the timelines. I also, in addition, submitted video. I submitted audio and a lot of other things as examples that I was hoping that were gonna be like when I do my testimony tonight. And Mr. Ross said he objects to people who are not here. Well, I am here. And I would really like for some of those things to be put up on the screen so that we could see them. So that's my objection.
If she wants them on the screen, she should bring them and put
I
them
gave
on
them
the
to
screen.
Mr. Hewitt, and he assured me they would be.
They're in the record, Mr. Hewitt presented them, they're in the record for them to consider.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but that's commonly done here, and it's appropriate. There is an objection to that, and the board has to make.
But these
Well, then
will be-
I do have a question. If you are not able to review them properly, are you able to make a decision tonight on a planning and zoning decision if you have not been able to
resume?
resume?
The decision is not made tonight, Ms. Goddard.
Okay.
The public hearing is
Or
closed
recommendation.
tonight, and the decision is made at a different time after we've reviewed the transcript
Including-
and the exhibits.
Okay, but they will be, that's what I would like to know, if they're gonna be,
The commission,
approved.
Mr. Hewitt's gotta send us, make sure we get an email copy at least of that, or a hard copy if you can get it, okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Looking at that. Thank you, Ms. Goddard. Okay. Any other, I wish I could communicate with folks here on Zoom if they had any questions of the staff, but I don't hear, I don't see a hand waving and all that. But,
Are they not able to hear what you're saying?
I'm not sure they can. Can they,
They should be able to.
they should be able to hear me.
That's what they're part of, I thought.
Well, and I was gonna have questions.
The technician tells me that they are in the meeting, and all they have to do is turn their microphone on and they can talk.
Right.
And they can turn their picture on too.
Yeah, they're all muted. So, well, I guess we're making an effort to communicate with them. I don't know how much further we go beyond.
Mr. Chairman.
You can. Okay, pardon me.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask Mr. Trudy a question? When were these materials provided to your office?
Over the last 2 months, sporadically.
Are we gonna be provided all the other ancillary materials, that videos and other things? Can we be provided that material as well?
Assuming it made it through the email or into my email, then I'd be happy to share it. Now, I'm not sure how big the file is, so
Well, Mr. Judy has used other file transfer things to give us packets. I think we can probably figure that technology piece out. He's pretty. Yeah.
All right. So at this point in time, I don't think there are any more questions from the public to Mr. Hewitt.
Can I ask
and the
one
staff.
question? I'm sorry, can I ask one question of Mr. Hewitt?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt, Mr. Rolfe brought up my name tonight and talked about how that I was, I participated in a couple of the comprehensive plans, and I did. As a public person, I submitted comments, I attended meetings, And he talked about that in 1980, that property was designated as an employment center. Have you ever known any other piece of property in Franklin County that was designated as an employment center that was in a National Historic designation, such as the house and land of the Crutcher Blanton Farm? Because it was designated and placed on the register in 1975.
Please ask the question.
So I'm asking, since it was placed in 1975, it's hard for me to imagine that it was in 1980. And do you recall conversations about, at one or two of the meetings, of this particular property being a buffer because it was on the National Historic Register? The owners were there. Miss Julie McDonald was there. So was I. Do you recall that? Do you recall that? And the house and the land was brought up at that time, and the map was brought up. The map was the last thing that was introduced at the meeting that night. I'm just asking if he knows. Do you remember? Do you recall?
Ask him a question.
Do you recall, sir?
You've asked him about 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've heard about 5 questions,
well,
so if
thank
you
you.
want to start with question number 1,
Okay.
we'll take them one
Question
at a time.
number 1, do you ever, in Franklin County, are there any other homes that, that were designated in a particular year and then 5 years later put in an employment center category?
I have no knowledge of that.
Is that normal procedure, or is that something that is unheard of in this county? I mean, has it ever been done
Ms.
before
Goddard,
that you know of?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, that is irrelevant. He didn't testify about this at all, and this is cross-examination of him.
Okay, let's,
Okay, all right, I just,
He did not testify any knowledge of it.
no, he's not.
well, and since he had participated in the meeting, I was trying to find out if he
Well, I
did,
mean,
and if he recalled
your
that,
earlier
if you
questions
recall that.
were questions. This is a little bit more, and you'll have a chance to, I don't know if that'll come up on your testimony, but
Okay.
that's not, so I take it there's no more questions from the public for the staff, okay? So we're gonna move along, and, actually, the applicant is gonna be able to have a chance, the applicant gets to present his case. We're gonna try to keep that, Mr. Ron, around 20 minutes. Can we do that, you think?
Well, I tried.
Okay, take a stab at it.
I've been accused of long week. Mr. Chairman, he's already been sworn. I've heard some of these 15 papers. Would you state your name, please, your
Yes.
address, and your present occupation?
Ron Tierney. I'm with Tierney Storage. My address is 20 Redbud Lane, Winchester, Kentucky.
And what is Tierney Storage?
It's a company that we develop property, build commercial buildings and lease and sell.
Is that both warehousing, industrial, manufacturing properties, and everything?
Yes, anything that, we have manufacturing properties, we have warehouses, we've got medical facilities.
Have you done any work previously here in Franklin County?
Yes, we've developed most of the buildings in Industrial Park number 3. We've had the former Bendix building, we developed it, or didn't develop it originally. We bought it in '07 and renovated it, and then some other buildings we bought here, and we built properties in Lexington and Winchester.
And have these properties been both manufacturing and in the traditional sense as well as warehousing?
Yes, they have. They oftentimes start out as a storage facility, and then they transition into manufacturing, much the same as we did with the HT&A property in Industrial Park 3. We originally had a 60,000-foot building that was developed for Philip Morris for tobacco receiving, and then it transitioned into a manufacturing facility along with another 240,000 feet for HT&A, which is a major employer in the industrial park.
Now, you heard in my questioning of Mr. Hewitt about how you came about being interested in this property and what types of, for lack of a better word, put due diligence or recognizance or whatever you want to call it that you do prior to becoming interested in this farm.
We were developing the property adjacent to it, where we put 101 Corporate Drive. I was sitting on an excavator and I could tell that property over there, if it were down lower 10 feet, that it would be on the same plane as what this was and could be developed. Very much similar to the piece of property we developed right there on the corner of Corporate Drive.
Did you make any inquiry about the zoning and comprehensive plan designation from the property, for the property?
Yes, we had made contact with Mr. Hewitt. He explained to us how it was in a comprehensive plan to be industrial property or commerce property.
Did you make any inquiry concerning public utilities and other infrastructure that would be necessary to support the project if you were to develop it as a employment center zoning?
We were aware of all the infrastructure around it. We have accessed it, crossed it, tapped into it, utilized it for other properties. We built right around it on two sides of that property.
What makes this property particularly suitable for the IG zoning? And IG use, I guess I should say.
The fact that it's got 24-inch water main. We had one customer that was wanting to use 600,000 gallons a day of water. That was very important to him. He was able to utilize that water supply was there. You've got fire protection. You've got adequate electrical for just about anything. And you've got gas service to that same area.
And does its proximity to the interstate, does it factor into its usefulness for employment center use?
Yes, it does.
It positively or negatively?
Positively.
What kind of interest have you had in this property now? You've owned it for a little over 2 years. Have there been people interested in the property?
Yes, we've had two different greenhouse companies that had an interest in it. App Harvest was one of them. I can't remember the other one out of Stanford. Both had looked at it for greenhouse construction. We've also had people that were interested for warehousing. It's basically the same pad for a warehouse as it is for greenhouse construction.
Has the Cabinet for Economic Development taken any role in marketing this property and providing, I guess, prospects, or for lack of a better word?
Yes, they have brought 3 or 4 prospects to it, one of them being a food grade manufacturer that had 200 jobs with it. They were interested because of the water supply. I recently talked to another firm that was looking for 100 acres that was food supply, and the water supply was very, very important to them.
You heard, I guess it was Mr. Hewitt, he's the one that's testified, talk about industrial land and industrial development and the size of a parcel that's necessary in the present economic environment. When you have prospects coming in, are they looking for the 2-acre or 4-acre sites?
No, they're looking for something that's much larger, and they want something that is shovel ready. When they come in, they're interested in a property they can develop and possibly be in within 1 year. A lot of times they like to be in it in 6 months. The 2 properties we just developed or 3 properties in Winchester, they were occupied upon when we got the certificate of occupancy.
So the companies are interested. When they're interested, they're really interested.
Right.
I forgot to ask you this. Do you hold any office in Clark County? Are you in any volunteer position?
Yes, I'm chairman of the board of the Winchester Clark County Industrial Authority.
And is this your second term? You went away for a while and came back?
Right. I've been on there 28 years, I think that's it.
Okay.
And I've worked with the Department of Economic Development through Frankfort over 25 years.
In the development of this property, there's been some discussion about your conceptual plan. When that conceptual plan was done back in March, I guess, or maybe February,
Yes.
Was it done with a prospect in mind to have that size building, and
Yes,
they
we
were
did.
ready to go? But
Yes, and we've had,
Did you lose them?
we just developed one in Winchester that had that same concept on it. We've just recently had 2 other prospects that looked at it. One said the only reason we're looking at this property is it can be developed quickly. We don't want to look at land that we've got to go through planning and zoning and then do grade work and do that. We need land that's readily available.
Now, a good portion of that property on that conceptual plan is green space. Is it your plan to keep, for instance, the lake, or I call it lake pond or whatever it is, will that be part of the water detention
Yes,
facilities?
that's part of the water detention. There's another pond that's been developed at the back end of it that is a water detention facility. The acreage that is in Woodford County is going to be left as agricultural, and there will be other retention ponds built on it as necessary.
And are you fully prepared to comply with the stormwater requirements of the Franklin County ordinance and the planning office in terms of water control on the property?
Yes, I am.
Have you hired-
Mr. Hewitt has my number. He makes dang sure I do that.
And Mr. Greg Gregory, is he your engineer?
Yes, Brad
At
Gregory.
H&B, and is he, would his firm be in charge of developing the water control plan?
Yes, they've been developing that for us since we purchased the property initially.
And Mr. Hewitt mentioned this, when we made the first application a couple of years ago, was it mentioned to you by the planning office that a desirable feature for this property would be to connect it to the industrial park number 3, is that right?
Yes,
And did you actually go out and acquire land in order to make that connection?
yes, we did.
And
We
is
bought
that connection part of
this development.
this development?
Yes, we did purchase property back from HT&A that we had sold to them so that we could make an access off of Fortune Drive that completes a circle down to Duncan Road, which gives the industrial park number 3 a second exit to get out of there in case of emergency.
And did Mr. Hewitt ask you to do a traffic study report?
Yes.
And did you commission Diane Zimmerman to do that?
We did.
And it has been filed, and we'll talk with Ms. Zimmerman about that.
Okay.
Now, the effects on adjoining property, the development plan obviously hasn't been done yet, but just as a general nature, what type of lighting would you intend to use on this property?
Lighting will be on the sides where the truck traffic would be. The only lighting that would be on the sides towards the, where one residence or 2 residences are would be just the lighting that's necessary above emergency doors that the fire department requires.
Now, there's also been some discussion of noise. With the type of development, first of all, that you have done, and then second of all, that you plan for this property, does it generate a lot of outside noise?
No, it does not. Truck traffic during the day, and that's about it.
I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chair, he's finished directly.
Okay, thank you, sir. We were talking about time here. We're getting close to 10 o'clock, but we may be able to, well, it's 10 to 9, we may be able to extend the time. That's not aimed at you. Does the commission have any questions of Mr. Tierney, the applicant? Do we have any questions?
Obviously, it's speculation at this point. You've mentioned some potential people that you've talked to in terms of building on the land. How much, your intention at this point, how much of the land would you see being built with warehouses on it?
At the maximum 25%, the rest of it would be green space.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yes,
Mr.
just
Lusher.
one. Of the interested parties, Mr. Tierney, whether they're still interested or not, from an economic development standpoint, how many jobs would those companies bring to the county?
One company had 200 jobs, and they said if they could have it by this September, there'd be no problem at all. That's not gonna happen. Another one had 2,000 jobs. I don't know where in the world they could find 2,000 jobs, but we said, we'll entertain your interest in it. Others, anywhere from 20 to 40 jobs. If you get into the warehouse operation, sometimes you have, where we have PPE stores, sometimes they have 35 to 40 people working there. Sometimes they have 6. We've got another warehouse that sometimes we use 4 people, sometimes we use more. It all varies depending upon the particular one. HT&A, those 4 buildings that they bought from us, they've got 212. The one building, the Bendix building that we had over on 2001 Leestown Road, they've got 348 people working there. So it varies from place to place.
Mr. Rumpf mentioned during his cross-examination of Mr. Hewitt that you would be open to restrictions.
Yes.
If those restrictions involved green space buffers,
Yes.
trees, setbacks, etc.
Absolutely, we'll conform to whatever needs to be. We're right up against industrial on 2 sides, really 3 sides. We've got one side that's got 4 houses on it, one of those recently burned.
Any further questions from the commission? Okay, at this point, we're going to take questions from the public, that means here and up in this world, if we can get them to respond. So from the floor, yeah, Chris? Okay. It has to be a question, no testimony, please. Mr. Attorney, she can answer your question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, name's Chris Schimmeler. So you said that the interest you had on your site was from industrial users, am I correct?
Yes.
And that these industrial users want to have shovel-ready places where they can just move in and start their operations, correct?
They want to be able to start building.
So you've been prepping this site for industrial users, correct?
I've been prepping this site for greenhouse use.
Okay, but you just said that some of these users are not in greenhouse
Have you
users.
seen the price of what's the big one in Moorhead that just started?
Have harvest.
At Harvest, you seen the price of their stock now compared to what it started at?
No, sir.
Well, it was $41 when it started, it's down to $3. That kind of takes a little bit of the interest away from that. But you might want to.
I'm just trying to clarify whether you're prepping the site for industrial users.
I'm prepping this site to get it to where it is build ready for whatever type of industry comes to, whether it's industry or agriculture.
Okay. And you're currently zoned ag and you're aware of that?
I'm what?
That land is currently zoned ag,
Yes, I'm aware of that.
but you've been preparing it for industrial use
I've
or
been
ag use,
preparing
depending on whatever
correct.
comes your way.
I'm preparing it for a build ready site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm your neighbor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Goddard, and I'm the neighboring farm that's next door. Councilor Rumpf described the duties that you do, right? But why is it that there's a pig lot on that land when you don't do pig lots?
I do a whole lot of different things, sir. I drive trucks, I drive excavators, I do a whole lot of different things. I also had a pig farm. I've got a bunch of sausage I'm now donating to the Catholic Church. They give to the homeless.
Well, that's a great and wonderful thing to do. But the pig lot stinks and all the water washes. He's at a higher spot and the water washes through the pig lot onto my farm and across.
Agricultural use.
Yes. But I didn't hear the counselor, that wasn't one of the many things that you do.
I don't want
as
everybody to
to-
know everything I do.
Excellent, excellent. Do you realize that that wonderful pond you built? Do you realize that that pond spillway
is spilling over to my main farm road and is now a swamp even in dry weather?
No, but I do realize there's always been a wet weather spring right where that pond was. So there's always been water coming down through there.
Well,
And
that's
when you
not
get-
true.
when you get 6 rains.
I've been there 30 years, and when it's wet, we get water.
Put a pipe in, my friend. That's what I do.
Mr. Chairman, for a point of order, we don't need an argument.
Okay, that's-
All right.
Well, that's, right, I'm
Answer your
sorry.
question
I'm sorry.
in a minute.
Well, I didn't get a good answer, but anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is the public. I'm assuming no one out here is, I'm looking that direction, has anything to answer ask from the Zoom world. Is there any other, okay, anybody in the public here on the floor, here in the building? Okay. All right, we have no,
You have another witness, Council?
Yeah, I got Diane Zimmerman.
All right.
Diane Zimmerman.
I do want to thank you commissioners for taking your time out of your day
Thank
to work with us on this project. I appreciate that. I know what it does, what it takes to do it.
Could you state your name, please?
Diane Zimmerman.
And Ms. Zimmerman, and what is your occupation?
I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Kentucky, and I specialize in traffic impact studies.
And what is your employment background?
I have 34 years in traffic and transportation work, including 4 years with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, 2 years with the North Carolina Department of Transportation, just 8 years at Zimmerman Grider, and 4 or 5 or 10, I don't know, I kind of lost track. 34 years, somewhere in there.
Let me just ask
What
you,
else were you trying to get?
How many traffic studies for this type of proceeding have you done? Just roughly.
I have prepared over 525 traffic impact studies for over 40 jurisdictions. Probably 40 of them are industrial.
Okay.
we've got a clock over here. You got 1 minute on your, as a witness. You don't have the, you have 5
Okay.
minutes. You got one.
Did you prepare a traffic study?
Yes.
Didn't you know about that restriction?
Okay.
And has it been made part of the record? Do you
Yes,
have
it
a copy
has.
there?
I have a copy with me.
Would you make a copy of it part of the final report, part of your testimony here tonight?
I can, or I
Okay.
will, or I didn't bring a copy
I-
for that
I
purpose,
got
but,
it.
okay.
You've got a nice color, don't you?
Yes.
What was the conclusion of your traffic study?
Based on the volume of traffic generated by the development and the amount of traffic forecasted for the year 2023, there will be a minimal impact to the existing highway network, and levels of service will remain within acceptable limits. The delays experienced will increase within acceptable limits. No improvements are recommended to achieve these levels of service.
And have you had experience in the Duncan Road area of
Ma'am, we have to conclude here very soon. We're limiting, and your applicant time doesn't spill over to your other testimonies. We've been limited to 5 minutes, therefore, is it?
I thought that was 20 for the applicant.
Okay, you talking about the full 20 for the applicant? Okay. We're allowing you 20, and she's using up part of it, so,
well, that's fine.
yeah, but he's.
Have you done traffic studies on Duncan Road?
Yes,
And how many have you done out there?
I think this is the 5th one.
Okay, did you, and so you're very familiar with the site, you visited the site?
Yes.
Did you secure information from KDOT concerning single and tire patterns in the area?
Yes.
Did you consider all the surrounding uses of property?
Yes.
Since the previous report, did you update the report to take into consideration the additional type of uses that have occurred since 2020 out there?
Yes, I have.
And was all that information included in your traffic study report?
Yes.
And does all that information support your conclusions that you
Yes.
looked at? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman.
Question?
Yes.
Ms. Zimmerman, your work is excellent as always.
Thank you.
Quick question, and this is related to something the applicant said, because he indicated that he had talked to somebody that was, your analysis was based on 2 warehouses I saw in trip generation.
Yes.
Based on IT trip generation stuff. He'd indicated something that could potentially have 2,000 jobs. If something of that intensity came in, would that, obviously it would have a bearing, but your opinion, would that have a negative bearing on the level of service and infrastructure out here? Sorry to push him.
Due to the improvements being made by the cabinet at the interchange, I believe that a facility that would
employ 2,000 people, generally they don't all work on one shift right there. I mean, we're learning lots about how heavy industrial works, but they tend to be three shifts. And so based on the review of the analysis, looking specifically at Table 2, I do believe that a 2,000 employee facility could be handled here, but I would recommend that if it comes in as that type of use, that you might want to request a follow-up study for that.
Thank you.
Greg Gregory.
Thank you.
Oh, does anybody else have any questions?
Well, I think the public's already, we did have another witness before, after the public, does the public have any more questions? If not, we're gonna move over into the, actual testimony, okay, we're at that stage right now, and, we have.
Well, this is the applicant's engineer here, and
Oh,
and I
well,
don't care whether it was in my time.
you've already, you were allowed 20 minutes.
testimony, or is this part of his additional presentation?
He had 20-minute limitation too, and we've
I
already,
used it.
you used it.
Brad, state your name, please. I just want to get his testimony in, and I'll do it quick. I'll do it within his 5 minutes. How's that? Is that fair enough?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Could you state your name, please?
Brad Gregory.
And Mr. Gregory, how are you employed?
I am employed at HMB Professional Engineers here in Frankfort.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Kentucky.
You've tendered a resume with the applicant's exhibits. Would you make it part of your testimony here today?
Yes, please.
Have you been employed by Tierney Storage LLC to do design and engineering work related to the property at 690 Downs Road?
Yes, we have performed some preliminary engineering work for Tierney.
And are you the author of the conceptual drawing that has been presented to the commission?
Yes, sir.
And in order to do that drawing, have you visited the site? Have you reviewed the survey of the property? Have you considered all uses of surrounding property and consulted outside mapping information, geotechnical information, and other features of the property, and met with Mr. Tierney concerning his desired use of the property?
Yes, sir, I have done all those.
Have you also been in correspondence with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet regarding the entrances to the property and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And the stormwater runoff, that's really what I want you to talk about. Do you have any expertise in stormwater?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
Typically, every project that I work on has a stormwater runoff component. I focus in the area of civil and site design and transportation. All of those projects have stormwater runoff, so that's been.
Have you done stormwater work in Franklin County, Kentucky?
Yes, sir, I have. I actually used to serve as the Franklin County engineer or as a contract service for the Franklin County engineer and provided those services to this body.
And are you familiar with their laws, rules, and regulations regarding stormwater runoff?
Intimately.
In viewing this property and coming up with your conceptual design, you have put on this property some areas, designated them either for detention or for the handling of stormwater. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many of those areas have you designated? Do you recall?
I do not. I think there were 3 or 4. Some of those may have not been highlighted. One of them may be the existing pond that's there now. Pretty large pond. We intended to use that also.
Are those areas that you've designated on the plan, are they sufficient in your preliminary judgment to handle the runoff that will be created from the development of 25 acres, I think 25% or 25 acres? 25%. Are those areas sufficient to handle the runoff from the development of a 25% of this 83-acre tract?
They would be more than adequate.
And the commission's mentioned making superimposing basically the regulation would require you to have the runoff from the property after development no greater than the runoff before the development. Well, they talked about adding an extra 25% to that. Are these areas sufficient to handle that type of regulation?
I can't say certainly they are, but we would be able to find enough area on this site to certainly increase the amount of area that we could detain.
And there's a lot of other ways besides detention areas to retain water, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Underground.
It's not just that, but the treatment of the surfaces that we have.
We can put more pervious type surfaces in. We can use swales. There's lots of things that we can do to reduce the amount of actual runoff that's generated from the site, not to mention the amount of runoff that we can retain on the site, or detain, I should say detain on the site before we let it go.
And are you committed on Mr. Tierney's behalf to use your engineering expertise when it comes to development plan and stormwater runoff plan to comply with the regulations?
Absolutely.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter.
Do I? Okay, you're good. Am I good to go?
Yeah.
I can be quick.
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Bradshaw's here to testify. She can either testify under my questioning, or I found her to be an able witness that can testify without any help.
She's on the list.
Well, you're on the list as a general witness. I didn't know you.
Well, I wrote all my names up there on the general witness. I'm sorry,
Well,
they're all
David,
printed.
how many do we
Terry
have?
Bradshaw,
Because
I'm
of the-
done after this.
Okay, well. Okay.
Are there, how many witnesses are left?
We have
to testify
13,
on
and
behalf
and apparently Mr. Some of these folks I've known that have not been up here yet. They've asked for.
Diane's off.
All my witnesses have been up there except for Terry.
I'm not sure what her name is.
What's your
Terry
name?
Bradshaw.
You are?
Terry.
Okay, right, Terry Bradshaw, excuse me, okay.
Oh, she's on here. Right.
Okay, so we have, let's jump around. Okay, yeah, this is, okay, thank you.
Could you state your name, please?
Terry Bradshaw.
And Ms. Bradshaw, what is your profession?
I'm the president and CEO of the Kentucky Capital Development Corporation, which is just the local economic development agency here in Frankfort and Franklin County.
And you've written a letter in support of this project, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you, I have a copy of it here, you can make it part of your testimony here.
Yes.
Have you worked with Mr. Tierney before?
Yes, sir.
And, what type of relationship have you had?
Oh, well, I mean, Mr. Tarrant he had mentioned, has developed most of the property, most of the buildings in Industrial Park 3. So we partner with him, obviously, as he helps us recruit businesses. So we had HTNA here who was wanting to expand. Mr. Tierney owned the property and the buildings there in the industrial park. We had another client, TRG, who was in one of Mr. Tierney's buildings. Mr. Tierney worked with us to move TRG to a separate building that he had. I think you all call it the old Bendix building. That was before my time. Moved TRG into that building. We put HTNA into the existing TRG building, as well as Mr. Tierney built them a new building also. We are also currently, he's owned several properties in Industrial Park 3, so when we have prospects that.
That's everything fine.
Gotcha.
The questions asked by Mr. Jackson about industrial property available in Franklin County, can you comment on that?
How much is available? Yes, sir. How much is actual build-ready or shovel-ready sites in Franklin County? You have one piece of property in Industrial Park 3 that is 1.37 acres and another that is 2.5, and otherwise there's zero, none that is shovel or build-ready.
Can you
in Franklin
comment
County.
on, you had a relationship with the Kentucky Economic Development Academy?
Yes, sir. I used to work there.
Can you comment on what types of prospects they have and send, and what type of situation those prospects are looking for?
Yes, so currently we are working 5 projects on that property. One is a 40-acre project that would be 50 jobs. Another is 200 jobs. That's a distiller who needs 100 acres. We have, Mr. Tierney mentioned this food distribution that needs 100 acres. I have a separate food distribution facility that's 200 jobs that needs 100 acres, and Project Great Dragon, I don't know what they do, needs 45 acres, and that's 250 jobs. So those are the projects we're working there now.
Is this a desirable piece of property for a woman who works in economic development and has prospects coming in? Does this piece of property have desirable aspects to it?
Yes, sir. It's the only property we have to offer, so yes.
Would you consider this property appropriate for industrial use?
Yes, sir.
And why?
The proximity to the interstate, the location of infrastructure that already exists, so that expenditure would not be there. or the time spent getting this property ready and available. You have in your packet 25 comments from economic development professionals and site consultants from around the country who will tell you how important it is to have property ready when projects come to town.
You also have it, they have in their packet some information about tax
Yes, sir.
benefit from development, from industrial development.
Yes, sir. In your packet, you have some information about what occupational taxes and what property taxes our industrial property bring to this community. So that's property that has industry located on it and what that brings to the community. Now, you have 135,700 acres, I believe, of land in Franklin County, and 700 of that is used for industrial properties. That's 0.52% of the land in the county is used for industry, and those industry provide 4,500 jobs and about, I think the total is $6.5–7 million of tax revenue annually.
Ms. Bradshaw, do you have anything else that you'd like to add that you want to make the commission aware of?
No, I mean, I'm happy to, our purpose at KCDC is to ensure that we have adequate infrastructure and buildings to support economic development. And this property truly is what we have available. It is all we have available, and as you all know, the Economic Development Agency budget has been cut for the last several years. So Mr. Tierney is the only person willing to take the risk on this property, to spend the money, to do the work, and then we as a community get to benefit from that through jobs created, tax revenue increases.
All right.
How was
Does
that?
anybody on the commission have any questions?
Tom, that is perfect.
Right on the point.
Does anybody on the commission have any questions, Ms. Bradshaw? I was hearing you, okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, Ms. Bradshaw?
Okay. Make it a question, yes.
Yeah,
You
Susan
get
Goddard.
testify in a minute.
Yes, it's Susan Goddard. At any time, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Tierney or anyone on the fiscal court that you recommended tearing down the house, the historic house that was there, built in 1776 while Kentucky's first governor was being seated?
No, I
You
didn't
did-
even know there was a house there until
You did-
after it was down, no.
So you don't recall having a conversation with me when you, I'm just asking, you don't.
Has been asked and answered and is
No,
irrelevant.
with me, that, I asked if she had a conversation with Mr.
It's
Tierney.
still irrelevant to the zone change.
You'll get to comment.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw. Okay. Now we're moving to the time in which we're gonna have actual testimony, and we're gonna call people who, we're gonna have, Ms. Nash Cox is here first. Ms. Cox.
I'm Nash Cox, live at 404 Wapping. Ashley Wilms, who is head of the Kentucky Resources Council, had intended to be here tonight, but at noon today she was told that she tested positive for COVID. So she is not able to come, obviously. And she asked Liz Moser to email Mr. Hewitt for a Zoom link, but never got a response. So tonight she wants this particular letter, which she has written, which she intended to give tonight, to be read. KRC submits these comments in opposition to Tierney Farms' application to change the zoning of 600 Duncan Road from agricultural to industrial. There have been no changes since the Franklin County Fiscal Court denied an identical request less than 2 years ago that would justify approving this application. These findings of fact are still applicable, and if anything, further support denying this request. KRC is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that's been based in Franklin County for over 37 years. We provide legal services pro bono, ensure government adequately enforces environmental laws, and ensures that citizens have a voice in environmental decision-making processes that affect their health, property, and lives. And incidentally, Ms. Wilms is a lawyer. As a preliminary matter, we ask that the Planning Commission stay any decision on this matter because the applicant appears to be in violation of local ordinances and our pending request that the planning department conduct an inspection remains unanswered. KRC sent initial correspondence to Robert Hewitt on March 9th, 2022. In that correspondence, KRC asked the department to inspect 690 Duncan Road because it appeared to be in violation of the zoning ordinances and engaging in industrial activity, and because it had conducted significant grading apparently without a land disturbance permit and without undertaking required erosion and sediment control. Despite the planning department having a mandatory duty to investigate zoning violations, KRC never received a response to its March 9th letter. It was not until KRC sent 3 follow-up emails and over a month later that KRC finally received a response, which read, from Mr. Hewitt, "The gate to access the property is usually locked, so I do not have free access." When KRC asked whether Mr. Hewitt had asked the applicant if he could inspect the premises and whether the applicant actually denied him access, Mr. Hewitt again ignored this correspondence. KRC believes it improper to consider an applicant's request to rezone the property when the applicant is in violation of the zoning code and a request for an inspection is pending. It also would seem to be arbitrary action when the planning department expends significant resources to process the applicant's request, including numerous visits to the property, yet refuses to enforce its own laws in response to legitimate citizen responses.
Ms. Cox, can we give you one more minute? I know it's a long letter and it's worth
I
reading.
know, it will go, if it will go into the record, you'll have a chance to read the
Okay.
entire thing. It deals with the findings of fact that occurred when the fiscal court dealt with this issue. And she goes over many of the same issues that I know that you're concerned with and dealing with tonight. For instance, the traffic impact study appears to be flawed. Instead of taking into account changes that have occurred in the area since the last study, traffic impacts were estimated by ramping up previous counts. But we know that Glens Creek Road, for instance, has been closed, and that changes the question. This alone has resulted in significant increases. Anyway, I will let you read the entire thing. It's a good letter, a very convincing letter, in opposition.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I go by objection, continuing objection. I think that the witness is reading from another letter when she said that Ms. Moser, who has also filed many things in the record, could be on Zoom. I don't know how, Ms. Ashley, I don't know if she's sick. I understand why she couldn't go on Zoom.
But there was no response from Mr. Hewitt to give the Zoom information of how she could be on. That was the problem.
Before we're discussing back and forth, his objection has been lodged.
There you go.
Let's let the document be submitted as the other document.
Submit
Okay.
this as that'll be right here with this packet right here. Thank you, Ms. Cox. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Logan, to be specific, I've never seen that document
I understand.
either, nor the witness.
The next person is Miss Jane Julian, please.
Okay, let's see here. As usual, I like to start off with some reading matter and,
Just you, here we do that. If you want to, that's Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Appreciate that, sir.
I was trying to say,
watershed, thanks to the Gilley's. So that's the one thing I didn't understand.
Okay. Well, I'm Jane Julian, and I live at 1915 Louisville Road. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, assembled citizens, thank you for your time and attention tonight. And before I read my remarks, I'd like to remind everybody here that the future land use map that we've talked a lot about is part of the comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive plan is a guide. It is not the law. And from this, we deduce that a suggestion for a zone change in the future land use map is just that. It is a suggestion. It is not the law. Okay. Let's see here. I'll read my remarks. As City Historic Preservation Officer Vicki Bierenberg reminded us in last night's State Journal, May 9th to the 15th is Frankfort's second year of holding a Heritage Week, and I hope that all of you are finding time to participate in some of the fun and enlightening events that many people have worked hard to organize. These events are the culmination of a lot of local people working on what we call revisionist history. The idea that history must not be just about dates and battles, generals and governors, but must also be revised to document the lives of citizens who were never included in previous history books. It is quite ironic, therefore, that in the midst of our Heritage Week, we are gathered here tonight to debate the possible final destruction of an historic farm, the Blanton Crutcher Farm, that has been listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Since the summer of 2019, Tierney Storage LLC has seemed to be intent on destroying the aspects of the farm that made it eligible for the National Register, to wit, bulldozing the 18th century farmhouse and barns and outbuildings, breaching and draining a good pond, bulldozing mature shade trees in fence lines, and making no attempt to find the grave or the tombstone of a formerly enslaved woman who had been buried on the farm. Meanwhile, Frankfort has set aside an entire week to celebrate local history, and I hope that these Heritage Weeks will continue for many years. But 20 or 50 years from now, do we want Frankfort's Heritage Week to sadly include a list of all the historic places and great farmland that have been demolished in the manner of the Blanton Crutcher Farm? Or do we want future Heritage Weeks to emphasize all the good work done by so many local people? Now here's where you all come in. In order to complete this total destruction of an historic farm and its good farmland, Tierney Storage LLC has to appear before you to obtain a zone change. You all have the power to start reversing this decades-long pattern of developers being allowed to do anything they want with our irreplaceable historic farms and buildings. You all can stop the unfeeling ruination of some of the best land in the United States and start the healing process for our fractured society right here, right now. So tonight I'm asking you all to do something unique and noteworthy for your contribution to Frankfort Heritage Week. In the name of local history and of the bountiful natural resources that we all depend on, I'm asking you to vote to deny the Tierney Storage LLC's zone change application. Thank you for your time and attention. Okay, questions? Questions?
I have none.
Okay, no?
No.
You have a question?
But you, no, I have none, but thank you for your testimony.
Okay, you all have questions? Oh, you all, come on, you all. I got up out of a sick
Well,
bed
you know,
to come
yeah.
here tonight and nobody.
A testimony itself's a worthwhile thing, so if you don't get questioned, that doesn't mean. We have another.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I
Mr.
did think of the question. You mentioned that that this is on, I think you said it was on the historic, register, the National Register?
The natural what?
National Register?
Yes.
The farm, so there was a farmhouse, it's not there now.
Yeah.
But is the entire farm itself on the National Register as well?
That's been my understanding for the past, well, almost 3 years now, yeah. The entire farm was on the National Register. I don't know, do you all know if it was?
It is, I have the National Register.
Okay,
right here.
ta-da.
It's the house and all 103 acres.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, who's next? Ms. Goddard?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Susan Goddard, and I am stating why Mr. Tierney should not be granted approval of rezoning. Flooding, traffic, and environmental impact has not improved. In fact, conditions have only worsened, as County Planner Mr. Hewitt has approved more and more development on Duncan Road without heeding the county engineer's December 27th, 2019 letter regarding Duncan Road rezoning issues. Mr. Otis of Otis Engineering clearly stated his concerns about additional development that the county, under its storm water management design standards, needed additional analysis and mitigation efforts of known problem areas, unquote. Duncan Road was designated as a, quote, problem area. I also spoke with him on the phone after reading his letter where he restated his findings to me. In fact, the traffic study presented is outdated and does not include all the new businesses nor the Glens Creek Road cave-in situation. The traffic is now directed to and from Millville using Duncan Road. Traffic counts are a lot higher and the quality of our pavement has greatly diminished, potholes, cave-ins, and dangerous conditions. It does not take into effect Lakeside Horse Arena, its weekend shows with hundreds of vehicles and horse trailers. It does not take into effect the tourist traffic generated from local distilleries and horse farms during racing season, during special events that the distilleries have. Castle and Key stated that they had over 100 employees and had over 66,000 visitors last year during a pandemic. They had over 6,000 visitors just a few weeks ago, many of whom were from out of state for their first batch bourbon release bottles. I was there, talked to the out-of-state folks. Nor did they take in both of the distillery's tanker, supply, and delivery trucks that now have to travel Duncan Road because of the cave-in of Glens Creek. Therefore, her study is greatly inadequate and is an incorrect assessment. Letters and emails against have not been properly placed in the Planning and Zoning Commission packets for your review tonight, and those 4 had all been placed in your packets. And I objected to that. Tonight and at previous public hearings before this body regarding this issue, it had also been done. Things had been omitted. We believe that this sets a very biased and incomplete view of facts before you. These issues were discussed at the evidentiary hearing and was yet another reason that after they got more complete and more accurate picture of the situation, that it made them reverse your all's initial industrial zoning. How can an applicant be accepted as such when he or she has not followed proper permitting guidelines and possibly actually broken the law? Tierney has a 2015 lawsuit against him from neighbors for basically the same thing he's been doing to us, his neighbors on Duncan Road. His buffer row of evergreens on Duncan Road died within weeks of planting them. During the 2020 P&Z hearing, he stated under oath that he had disturbed less than an acre of land. However, drone footage submitted in the State Journal proved it otherwise. His map included in tonight's hearing still show the barns. It shows grasslands, trees. It is a grossly inaccurate depiction of what is actually there now. I recently submitted drone footage to Mr. Hewitt as well as a watershed map of the area. His boys, as Mr. Tierney called them one night, threatened and scared my family and me at our fence line at 10:30 at night. My son testified to this in your 2020 hearing. Tierney intentionally started a fire, which was deemed illegal by the Franklin County Fire Department and the Kentucky Environmental Protection Agency. I and my family were in the line of toxic smoke for hours as he stated to fire officials, that he was just burning brush and a stump. Attached is the fire report. I will give it to you tonight. It actually put me in the emergency room alone without my husband allowed during COVID, and it has caused me additional health issues, which I'm short of breath tonight. I'm having to use an inhaler now. I was shot at while standing at our joint fence line by an unknown assailant. Never has happened in 35 years of me living there, on opening day of hunting season, following the evidentiary hearing. I heard a loud shot and the bullet went zing right past my left ear. Woodford County P&Z received complaints and made Tierney fill out proper permits as he was not in compliance prior to this round of hearings. Almost immediately after the evidentiary hearing, the Tierneys ramped up commercial construction efforts and industrial construction efforts. He removed terracing. He did not heed their agricultural designation decree. He tore down both working agricultural barns. May I have anybody's time?
Can I yield my time, Goddard? I have 5 minutes. Can I yield?
I'm almost finished. If somebody will yield their time.
Well, okay.
He's gonna yield his time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He tore down both working agricultural barns. He ran heavy-duty water lines, cleared more trees, more land, removed fencing, and he removed all the barriers that slowed down stormwater for us and the two protected streams on either side, which is Slickaway Branch on one side and Glens Creek on the other side, which goes down the hill to Castle and Key and Millville. He began using a ram hoe device, and if you've never heard one, it's bam, 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 from approximately 7 a.m. in the morning to 5 to 6 p.m. nearly every single day, Monday through Friday, for over a year and a half. His industrial warehouse right next door keeps its warehouse doors open, and noise from it and the construction of the machines has been maddening, like nails on a chalkboard. No more quiet walks on my farm. Well, for over a year now, his construction and topsoil removal techniques have also caused heavy silt, mud, and standing water to collect across our farm road, which actually blocks us from use of our property from the 12 acres to which I pay Franklin County property taxes on. I cannot use it. I cannot get to it. We reached out to Robert Hewitt for help with the noise and water issues and the loss of use of my property, to no avail, no help, or inspection or response. I have been told by staff at the county judge's office that there are no noise protections for the neighbors. I have to live with it. And immediately following the evidentiary hearing reversal to remain agricultural, it seems in retaliation at the suggestion of Magistrate Lambert Moore that Tierney actually built a hog lot right after the evidentiary hearing right next to my son's backyard. Its wastewater now runs across my property into my spring and its stream that I and my grandchildren have played in for I've been there for 35 years. I attached also a Facebook page snapshot of our homeowners association page, which the Tierneys have posted pig emojis on. After the evidentiary hearing, when they would make a comment, they would put pig emojis on our webpage. Tierney should never have been able to continue his industrial pursuits on a daily basis, leveling, prepping for huge warehouse areas under an agricultural designation, and advertising them as he has been doing on KCDC's industrial property webpage. It's ludicrous. Why did Mr. Hewitt not come out here to see that he was not following the fiscal court guidelines? We are asking for better zoning and development process, a fair and unbiased government, and a response. Citizens should not have to live with issues thrust upon them and have to pay tens of thousands of dollars to take someone to court over zoning issues that are not based in fact and truth, nor when it causes them loss of their use of their property, and not when it's in the best interest of all citizens. Castle and Key co-owner Will Arvin described in his letter and under oath that Tierney's current land development practices caused him additional water damage to his historic distillery property, damage in excess of $1.5 million. He has over 100 employees. In closing, I have reached out by letter and submitted via email several times in conjunction with Castle and Key, Envision Frankfort, Franklin County, other neighborhood associations, a magistrate, and concerned citizens to multiple Franklin County and Frankfort officials. We either hear it's their problem, some folks don't, they don't even live here, or that we just don't get an answer. So what do? I'd like for you to tell me. I appreciate your consideration. And contrary to her testimony tonight, Terry Bradshaw did state to me in 2 telephone calls that she recommended that the house come down, and Envision in one of their packets has an email that she discussed such with the fiscal court, which was my question to her tonight. Patty Wilson, who is the Woodford County Planning and Zoning Director, in 2022 scheduled hearings of the rezone, and she said that it broke the law when she did not get notified, and that Mr. Tierney had not filled out the proper permits. He was not in compliance. She sent an inspector, and she made him come in and have to fill out the proper documentation. So that's do you have any questions for me?
Ms. Goddard, does anyone here on Commission have any questions? Ms. Goddard? No? Thank you very much. Oh, Mr.
Yes, sir.
So, just to clarify, what permits were not received for doing work?
For Woodford County?
No, for
Or
for Franklin County.
Franklin County?
At least, and I know this is not your job, so.
Right.
But as you understand it.
Right. Initially, the land disturbance was was one of the first ones that I had understood had not been done until repeated phone calls to Hewitt's office to say that it needed to be done. Another one was when Mr. Hewitt testified in fiscal court in 2020 in a hearing that J.W. Blackburn first brought up about the house. And in that one, he said he would have been allowed to have torn down the house had he filled out this permit, but he didn't fill out the permit. So whatever that was, there was some type of conditional permit or some conditional use that he would have had to have done an inspection. And it was at that one that he said that he could not be expected in his job to oversee every outhouse, lean-to, and shed that was going to be torn down. And J.W. Blackburn spoke up and said, I would hardly call a home built in the 1700s while Kentucky's being seated a new governor, our first governor being a lean-to, shed, or chicken coop.
But there could have been a permit to demolish it anyway. It could have been.
There could have been, but he didn't. He didn't. So once again, he didn't fill out the permit.
But you're getting a bureaucratic thing in regard to, apparently, if you get a permit to demolish it, somebody was gonna allow a historical site to be torn down legally. I mean, I'm a little.
I guess and I'm not privy to the permit on what it has in there, but I'm assuming that there's some type of inspection.
Okay.
When a house comes down, that there's certain things that have to be taken out of the house that are not toxic before you burn it, like he did, and add other, and I also, in tonight's information, I have the letter from Mr. Otis, and I also have the fire department where we called them, neighbors were calling them for hours. I first smelled smoke at 8:30. The fire was not extinguished until 1 p.m.
I appreciate it.
I'm answering his questions.
I know, and I'm just saying, I think that question was ill-advised. I think we ought to be talking about the zone map amendment.
Yeah, I agree.
And not whether or not the fire department failed to rely on that.
Right.
Well, if he intentionally set a fire, I'm gonna,
I was going along. Okay.
Did you want me-
Yes, Ms. Garland, thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. Appreciate it.
And this is not the place to accuse someone of arson. You'll hear that here.
Mr. Chairman,
You said under your breath.
Mr.
Said
Ray.
fire intentional.
no, it's in the fire, it's in the report that they sent
Well,
me.
once again, that report, if it deals with that, has nothing to do with the zone map.
I'm just saying what he did, what
Anyway.
I got
Just
the
wanted to
report of,
clarify.
in an
Do
open
we-
records, I got an open records request.
Ms. Goddard, I have a question. Can I ask one more
I'm
question?
doing
Yes,
okay.
You said you had the paperwork for the National Historic Register. When
Yes,
was
sir, I
the
do.
property, when was that approved?
It was in 1975.
Okay, thank you.
So that was my question as to why 1980, why they would say it was implemented. So it was 1975, yes, sir.
I just wanted to
You
clarify.
should have this also in many multiple packets.
Just for the record, can we, for clarification, for legal purposes, can Ms. Goddard tell us what she just handed us for the record?
Identify the document, certainly.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I'm saying just for the record, we need to know what she handed in case there's, I don't know that anybody would ever do anything, but in case anything is changed
Okay.
for the future, that was all.
There, for the record, I submitted an email which had the March 3rd, 2022 objection, and it had more of a statement and everything in it, and describing my health and everything, and it was in there. So I submitted that. With this, I submitted a video of the noise, the bam, bam, bam of the Ramho that's been going on for a year and a half. I also had paid someone to do a flyover, a drone flyover, because the State Journal had done a drone flyover, and I thought it would be good for you guys to be able to do a side-by-side comparison of what happened in 2020 versus what's happened recently and how it's changed. So I did that to Mr. Hewitt, and I also did a watershed map that I had attached. All those were electronic. Then this is of the pig emojis that have been placed by Mr. Tierney's son on our Facebook page for the Home Association. This is Mr. Otis's 2019 letter, and then the other is about the fire. It's the fire department report, and it's Kevin Hutcherson's email to Judge Wells regarding the EPA, and that he turned over the fire that was deemed illegal and hazardous, and that he turned it over to the EPA. And that's what I turned in tonight, which again put me in the hospital in the emergency room. So, and you should have the National Historic Register in your files previously. If you don't, I can get you an additional copy. This is my only copy right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Who is the next witness to call? Chris. Chris.
Good evening. My name is Chris Schimler, 660 Mount Vernon Road. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My comments are on behalf of Envision Franklin County, whose mission is to promote development that fosters good relationships among people, the land, and future generations. There are two reasons why Envision believes that there is no merit to giving the applicant a public hearing for a zone change request. First, there must be a presumption of good faith. In other words, the public must have a reasonable assurance that the applicant is in compliance with all local, state, federal laws and regulations. Anyone violating the law should not be given the opportunity to have a public hearing until they have had the opportunity to come into compliance with the law. In this case, the applicant has violated numerous laws and regulations, from clean air and clean water regulations with an illegal burn to tearing down a historic home on the National Register without a permit, to violating its land disturbance permit, to persistently harassing neighbors. Aerial and on-the-ground evidence shows that the applicant remains in violation of land disturbance permits. Repeated calls to the county complaining about this and other violations have been ignored. But just because the county has refused to act on these requests to do these investigations doesn't mean that the violations don't exist. You can see them from the ground and from the air. This body would be wholly inappropriate in making a decision on a zone change request without first establishing that the applicant is operating legally. Second, as you know, the prevailing findings of fact from this case were established by the Franklin County Fiscal Court on June 19th, 2020, when they voted to deny the zone change request to industrial. The Fiscal Court's decision and their findings, incorporated herein by reference, still stand. Briefly, the Fiscal Court found that the zone change would exacerbate stormwater problems, would not protect the area's cultural, ecological, and historic significance, would not preserve community character, and would not preserve existing farms and rural lands outside of existing and planned urban development areas. These findings of fact are still standing. They're the prevailing standings. The only thing that has changed since then are circumstances that reinforce these findings, since the applicant has continued to disturb land and exacerbate stormwater problems. To produce another set of findings without changed circumstances, except changed circumstances that reinforce the findings, would be arbitrary. The applicant has not demonstrated that any changed circumstances other than the continued pursuit of prepping his farm for industrial use. If anything, the job market has flipped since the original application 2 years ago, and there is no scarcity of jobs. We have employers looking for employees rather than the other way around. On these grounds alone, it does not make sense to continue the hearing. As far as the zone change, in order to obtain a zone change, the applicant must comply with KRS 100.213. First, the proposed rezoning must be in agreement with the comp plan. Envision has submitted detailed comments which are sitting in that packet there, and I trust that you will read and consider them. But just to highlight that the applicant's submission must demonstrate how the proposal complies with the comp plan, not just list the goals and policies they believe are in compliance, but demonstrate how. Simply listing is not adequate. Next, the applicant, in order to comply with this KRS statute, must demonstrate that the existing zoning application is inappropriate, zoning status is inappropriate, and the future zoning status is more appropriate. Nothing in the applicant's application demonstrates that the existing zoning is inappropriate. In fact, this is prime agricultural land and prime soils, and the soils are still there. There might be some grading that has moved soils, but all the soil is still there. We have a social and worldwide need for prime agricultural land that has been brought to more acute understanding by the war in Ukraine. We cannot afford to continue to sprawl onto prime farmland and affect how this community is going to be viable 50, 100, 200 years from now, because we need more warehouses for how many jobs? Please take this strongly into consideration. I do not think that this, just because it's adjacent to existing industrial land, is a reason, a fait accompli, that this needs to be industrial. Just one quick point to finish up, that Envision has reviewed the existing uses of industrial parks, and our review has showed that only about a third of the occupants in our existing industrial parks 1 and 2 are industrial users. That means there's a lot of wasted space in our industrial parks. CAECO, the State Chamber of Commerce, for example, the state Democratic headquarters, that could be located to areas that are not zoned industrial land, into infill or other areas, and we could make our existing industrial parks more commodious to actually industrial users. I had more, but there's no time. Thank you very much.
John Watts here. Mr. Watts.
Any of my more intelligent friends like to use my time? All right.
Give it to him, John.
Thank you. My name is John Watts. I've lived in the area for all of my 63 years. And I will tell you that, you know, I'm not against, you know, sites being developed, but some need to be developed and others don't. And if you're a developer, then you certainly need to take in consideration for the folks that live right next to you. In this case, I simply want to implore Mr. Tierney to take these folks into consideration. They've lived here a lot longer than he's been here. I implore him to consider them just as he would his neighbors in Winchester. Now, if anyone's been at the top of Duncan Road and you've seen the congestion there, and you think that 2,000 people can adequately enter and exit that intersection off Versailles Road, have you guys been there? It's a cluster, and we don't need any more clusters on that road. There are sections that are a half a mile from the Tierney property that the road is so bad in Franklin County that your tires don't touch the road coming around a curve there. It's horrible. I've stopped the road crews in the road. I don't know what they were doing. They weren't patching the roads. But there's nothing improving in that section. So if Mr. Tierney is concerned, or if he cares, like he says he does, go for App Harvest. I think they're good people. I know them. Try to get them in, instead of another manufacturer. There aren't 2,000 people looking for a job around here, I'll tell you that. I know that. I'm in the industry. I know. I'm just saying, we need to consider all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Mr. Rodney Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got just a couple of three quick points. My name is Rodney Williams. I live here in Franklin County. The first idea that I wanted to mention, I think Ms. Bradshaw included in her testimony, the lack of buildable industrial land within Franklin County. What she didn't mention or elaborate on was that our community, to this point and for the last, I would suggest 25 plus years, has chosen not to invest and purchase additional land and to earmark it for industrial development, job creation, outside of what Mr. Tierney is requesting to do. Therefore, this community needs investors like Ron Tierney and his organization to do the things that he is attempting to do to bring investment and employment, and then that employment can attract additional members to our community, which is what a lot of us would like to see happen, which hasn't happened in 30 plus years in Frankfort and Franklin County for numerous reasons. Another comment, another point is that and this is more of a general comment for your decision making, your process when folks like Mr. Tierney or other applicants, Mr. Haddix was here earlier this evening. I would ask you to take into consideration in your decision making how those applicants interact with your community, how they interact with your planning office, with the staff, with the planning commission, with the fiscal court, with the city commission, et cetera. Because I personally, in my profession, I deal with folks like Mr. Tierney and others that want to bring resources and capital and investment to our community, and their experience is less favorable than what they are experiencing in other communities, and because of that, I talk to people here in Franklin County and elsewhere every week that they make decisions based on their interactions with planning commissions, with fiscal courts, et cetera. And they're choosing to make those investments and take those resources to other communities. And that in some cases benefits Shelby County or Scott County or Clark County or Madison County. Those are specific examples that I've dealt with personally. I'm sure there's others. So in what we're here tonight or this evening in considering a zone change request, I would suggest to you to remind you it should be obvious in your role as planning commission members that folks like Mr. Tierney and others can bring their resources to other communities, and a lot of them are choosing to go elsewhere. And that impacts our schools, that impacts our housing availability, that impacts other resources that we can bring to bear. For anyone that makes comment or complains about anything that this community doesn't have as the capital city of Kentucky, I would suggest to you that your approach to your decision-making, to a zone change request or other things that you deal with, has an impact on that. And I would ask you to consider that as you deliberate the evidence and make your decisions. Thank you.
The last person we have is Mr. Chad Peach.
Mr. Peach.
Thank you, guys. I'm Chad Peach. I've lived in Frankfort my entire life. I'm a farmer first, a builder, developer. We own farms in Woodford County, Franklin County, Shelby County. We build in all three counties. I think, we've got to keep perspective of what the request is. We're here for a zone change. It's not a popularity contest. I think Robert made a good point. Agriculturally, in my opinion, Mr. Tierney has every right to do everything that he's done on that farm because he bought it and he owns it. I don't think he had any ill intent to harm anybody. I think he's been an asset to Frankfort. I think he came here, he bought the Bendix building. He had an idea and it worked. He's taken a lot of industrial buildings that would be sitting vacant today, would be more property sitting on the market that are for infill. He took a chance. He's come here. We're here for a zone change. You've got a very educated staff that has made a recommendation based on the facts. Mrs. Zimmerman, I've known for 30 years. She's helped me on subdivisions. She's a very smart lady. She knows the facts, and she looks at the facts. That's what she's based her reputation on. I just think he'll be an asset to our community. I think this development is justified. It's in the comprehensive plan. Economically, it's practical for us here. Talking to Terry Bradshaw, listening to her testimony, when you don't have any industrial property to promote or to sell, and she's absolutely right, and Tierney's right. If it's not dig ready, they're going to go someplace else. Look at Midway. Look at the impact that they're having on the industrial market right now. So I appreciate the opportunity to get to talk to you. I think you got to keep it in perspective of what we're here for. It's not a popularity contest. It's economic development. It's jobs. It's taxes. It'd be nice to keep them here in Frankfort instead of seeing them go to Shelby County or Anderson County. So it's just a thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peach. Okay, I think that covers all the names we had on the witness list here.
People online?
All people online, we haven't got a response tonight from them, but I'd like to know if they haven't responded to any questions, but maybe they can speak up. If they want to provide a testimony here in regard to these hearings. Do we have a hand wave, or I don't know if they can.
Did they indicate going into this they wanted to testify?
Did they?
Did they indicate going in they wanted to testify?
I received some emails from people who wanted to participate this evening, and I believe some of them are up there.
Well, we need to give them, even though we're about to run out of time, we need to give them.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's just ask about that.
All they gotta do is turn their microphone off and call.
Just ask about that.
Okay, we got,
Well, I can tell you, Bill Arden knows that.
Mr. Logan,
There's one on Chris Grove.
we are at the time zone. Can this commission temporarily suspend that for any, is that?
Yes, you can. And the reason I say so is because the commission has spent an awful lot of time talking about things that were not testimony.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think we've we've eaten up some of the time
We
that
have.
citizens make.
Mr. Chair, Chris Groves.
We're going to have a motion to expand,
There's
extend
a
our
motion
time.
to extend our time.
For how much? Half an hour?
I would say 30 minutes or so.
30 minutes, do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Anybody
Mr. Chairman,
opposed?
I've got to be in Bowling Green at 7 in the morning. I'm
I'll
gonna
say
leave.
thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we got some more time. Now, we're gonna have a testimony
Well,
from,
we have three on the screen, it looks like, so that should be 15 minutes.
15.
We saw Will Arvin
They're
wanting
going
to speak as well.
okay.
He typed it.
Did you call a vote?
I did call a vote. Did you get the vote? Did I call the vote? Yes, okay.
I'd vote for.
Okay, it's been voted for. Okay, so let's see, is Chris Groves, is that who I see there?
Yes.
Okay. Mr.
Yeah,
Groves?
I'm here.
I don't know who first and second.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate your time. I'm not actually in Bowling Green, so I have an advantage of it's an hour earlier. So I understand everyone's tired. I'll go quickly. So my name is Chris Grove. I live in Bowling Green, and I am a University Distinguished Professor of Hydrogeology at Western Kentucky University. I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the Castle and Key Distillery, which is located about a mile south of the Duncan Road property. To make clear, I'll explain my work for Castle and Key, but I want to say right from the beginning, my charge is not to advocate any particular position that the organization has. It's to conduct an objective hydrogeologic analysis, of the area, and particularly those aspects that may influence flow to the limestone spring that supplies the distillery's water. So the story is that independent from the zoning issue, my research group at the Crawford Hydrology Laboratory at WKU was contracted by Castle and Key for this groundwater flow analysis. This has been just over the last few weeks, that we've just really developed the project and got the contracts. So we're really just at the beginning of the work, but I have a few preliminary observations. So with the idea that of this land use, potential land use zoning change, not far from Castle and Key, and the hearing coming up, Mr. Arvin had asked me to just based on the very preliminary first cut that I have of conditions there, to see if I have any comments, to the commission, and I do. And I appreciate the opportunity. So I'd like to introduce a term that some of you will know, some perhaps not, but certainly has not been mentioned this evening, and that's the word karst, K-A-R-S-T. And what karst refers to is the type of landscape where the bedrock has been intensively dissolved, and you end up with what is sometimes called a Swiss cheese-like landscape with features such as caves, underground rivers, sinkholes, big springs. And these landscapes, really, Kentucky is world known, for these karst landscapes. Primarily, Mammoth Cave being the largest cave in the world, but there's karst landscapes, well-developed such landscapes in other parts of Kentucky, including Franklin and Woodford County. Certainly, an important part of the geoheritage, of Kentucky. Is the fact that particularly in the bluegrass area, that many of the distilleries, that also make Kentucky famous from bourbon, use these limestone springs for their water supply. So I guess just a very brief statement of my qualifications to make these comments. I have a PhD in environmental sciences from the University of Virginia, with an emphasis on geochemistry and hydrogeology. I currently serve as the University Distinguished Professor of Hydrogeology at WKU, and I have 41 years of experience in studying hydrogeology in a number of environments, including karst in Kentucky and around the world. Here, there's actually both surface and groundwater issues that, the regulations do require a sort of detailed, watershed analysis, for drainage downstream from a facility. And I certainly encourage the the commission to, take that very seriously. But in this particular case, I really want to emphasize the issue with the karst topography. Um, the the importance, as I mentioned before, is the fact that there's a number of environmental problems, that happen on karst. Certainly the Corvettes in Bowling Green is a great example. But the fact that the hydrology is highly vulnerable to contamination, by there's very little filtration of stuff coming into the aquifers. These very dissolved out permeable aquifers, very little filtration. Water goes very, very rapidly, and flow, in fact, can be influenced by development. So the analysis of this, of the karst groundwater flow, particularly leading to the spring at Castle and Key, that's our job. This hearing kind of came up coincidentally, but I guess I had some concern that I read in the staff report, which is the document with regard to the application that I've reviewed, that there was a statement that said, and I quote, based on GIS. Uh, Based on GIS data, the staff was unable to identify any karst features on the property. And that's the mention of karst. Um, yeah, okay,
Presentation has been wonderful, but we're just.
yeah,
Make it 5
I
minutes.
just, yeah, can I just have one more minute to finish my comments?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess with the observation that the karst is not recognized there, I would point out my concern is that it took about 3 minutes to go to the Kentucky Geological Survey website to show that half of the property is listed on a karst potential map as what's called intense karst potential, more than half of the site. And this is because this is underlain by the Lexington and Tanglewood limestones, which are known as good karst forming limestones. So in summary, there is some tangible probability of potential negative effects in downstream areas from this development with regard to both surface and groundwater. And from the testimony tonight, it appears that there is already land modification at the site. And indeed, there's some potential for impacts to the karst aquifer beneath the site simply from what's happened so far. So I appreciate the commission's time in this opportunity. I urge the commission very carefully and thoroughly consider hydrologic conditions at the site and require the most complete analysis consistent with the regulations before additional activities occur at the site. Thank you very much for your time.
Ms. Grove. Do we have anyone else I see up here who would like to give testimony? I see Will Arvin, Mr. Bledsoe, or Charles Croom. Mr. Croom is go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I just ask a quick question of the last testimony?
Mr. Groves, you still with us?
Yes, sure. I'd be happy to answer questions.
You said you did an analysis. Was any type of report or documentation or anything put in writing for our information?
No, that's why I said that this hearing that kind of happened coincidentally. We have separately, started this project for Castle and Key to evaluate their groundwater. That's, I mean, just really, we have not started detailed work. The analysis is really just based on existing information. I haven't done any field work. We haven't done any dye tracing, so I have not prepared a report. I made it clear this is very preliminary, but that's what's on KGS website.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Who does he? Charles Croom? I just saw just a moment ago. Yes, Mr. Croom, yes.
Yes. My name's Charles Croom. I'm the engineer for Castle and Key Distillery. Just to give you a little bit about myself, I'm a biosystems and agricultural engineer, trained through the University of Kentucky, and I also have master's in business. But we down at Castle and Key have a few concerns with this development. Over the last few years, we've had some, reoccurring issues with runoff water from up on the hill. In 2018, we experienced some extensive stormwater damage that came from the hill in that summer, and it caused, upwards of $1.5 to $2 million worth of damage to our facility. It shut us down for over 3 weeks, and because of this, we had total loss of major equipment components for us, including, overhauls of boilers, pumps, motor control centers, the like of such. And with this, I know we've talked about the potential uses of stormwater basins and stuff like that up there, but as we've seen before, sometimes at these major events, even though you account for them, if you put in a 400,000 square foot warehouse and get a major 2.5 inch rain in 40 minutes, even those stormwater basins become over flooded. And then unfortunately for us, we're on the downstream side of those effects with it. So, we have those concerns that, we would rather not reoccur another $2 million loss to our property, especially now that we've been growing substantially through business and through contract distillation. But furthermore, of December of 2021 of this year, we lost the use of our spring here on site. It's a historic spring that was put in 1887 with the distillery. From this spring, we pull 134 gallons per minute plus of water from it. And then kind of in correlation with that, the development up the top of the road has seemed to have impacted our spring water source. Since December, we've had to stop pulling this water from the spring. We use this spring water in all of our processes, from running our boilers to our cooks to our distillation process to the proofing of our bourbon. So it's a major component of our process. And as Chris had mentioned kind of earlier, this karst topography kind of helps feed these spring waters that comes down to us naturally. And ever since, we've kind of seen the diminishing of that to the rate where we're pulling less than 50 gallons. And at that point, we just decided to cut our losses and shut the springs off. And at this point, we're running on all city water, which we feel has had a great impact on our product and the output of our quality. So, just something that we'd like to keep in mind is that the more these developments come in at the top of the hill, the more we feel that we're going to see this impact. And, we're losing this historic sources of spring water, the historic uses of our buildings, and then the potential damages of the flood waters that can come down. Furthermore, we are a historic site. We get, as mentioned earlier, we get thousands of guests on site. And this roadway coming through here is the historic corridor to our distillery. And then we have noticed, the more these developments come up, the more our guests seem to notice, well, what's this industrial building going up here? What's this boat dealership doing here? It doesn't really fit with the history of our site. It doesn't fit with the decor of our site. And the more it continues, the more it seems to degrade from our overall experience. If you've ever been down in Millville, you'll notice that, our distillery is quite historic to the area, along with the other buildings that are on the same street as us. And the more we keep changing this corridor to our distillery, the more it seems to have a negative impact on our guests and our experience overall. Though I can't quantify that currently, we do get those comments in our reviews that, hey, this doesn't look to fit the appeal of the county. We thought that Kentucky was about preserving our heritage. So, like I said, we just slowly notice these changes over time, and they're trying to help preserve our history and our heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate that. Okay. Is anyone else out there? I see two other names, Mr. Bledsoe and Will Arvin. Do you wish to speak?
Mr. Arvin,
I can't. I see no indication.
He texted us.
You typed it on the screen.
Oh, did he really? I didn't see that.
Mr. Arvin, would you like to speak?
He needs to unmute.
Okay. Well, I don't see anyone else who wants to testify at this point, so I'm going to ask the counselor to, in your opinion, have we adequately sought testimony?
I'm assuming that you have gotten everyone that wanted to testify tonight. You set a time frame and
Okay.
Well,
He's got his hand up.
Here.
Will Arden put his hand up.
Oh. He does want to speak.
Okay, Mr. Arvin, yes. Okay. Yes, Mr. Arvin.
Can you all hear me? Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Will Arvin, and I live at 1691 Keene Road in Nicholasville, and I would like to speak to this application. This is second time around for us, and this application was properly turned down at the first go around, and here we find ourselves again late at night on after a long hearing. But I bought the property that is now Castle and Key back in 2014, and since that point in time, well, I first started going there back a year before that. So essentially, since 2013, I've been driving Duncan Road almost every day of my life, back and forth, up and down that hill. And I've seen a lot of weather conditions. I've seen a lot of rain, a lot of storms. I've seen where the water goes when we get heavy storms. And as Mr. Kroom testified earlier, we had a horrific storm back in 2018, I believe it was, and very localized, very heavy. And the mountain shed stormwater flooded our distillery and knocked out old historic stone walls, flooded our historic gardens that we had spent a lot of money to restore. And then what was worse, it flooded the entire castle. And so this, it's important, I think, to note this is not Glens Creek that's flooding. It's the down mountain tributaries that come down into Glens Creek that flowed into our distillery. So I'm speaking to you tonight from the livelihood of myself, my family, and all of our 100+ employees that we have employed there. And this is a unique spot in the world, and we have visitors that come in our fill our parking lots from all over the world. And to drive down Duncan Road is a pretty special experience. And what we're talking about again here for the second time is an application to change that character of the neighborhood, the character of the road, the character of the entrance of the historic Millville. And it will be, if it's approved, and I hope it's not, a pretty dramatic change to the whole environment of the area. And it's really special. And people come and say, we've seen special places all over the world, but this place takes the cake. So when I see a consideration for changing historic farmland that buttresses us and affects neighbors who also have farms, who bought farms, who've lived there for a long time, and rely upon the geography, the ambience, the aesthetics, and it's a way of life. And what we're talking about is changing all of that very, very dramatically. And I would implore this commission to consider this carefully and, excuse me, and to think of other alternatives for this property other than industrial zoning. Excuse me.
Appreciate that testimony. Okay, so what's up? Oh, he's not finished? Okay. Oh, excuse me, you just clearing your voice, okay? You would continue, Mr. Arvin?
No, I'm good. I just had a frog in my throat.
Okay, we have Mr. Bledsoe still with us. Mr. Kroom spoke. Mr. Bledsoe, is he able to, is he still there? I don't think he's responded.
I think we've given an adequate time.
I think we have given that. So
Well, in that case, Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
if a motion is in order, I will make a motion. I move that the public hearing be closed, the item be tabled, a summary of the hearing be prepared, and action be taken on this item at the June or future meeting.
Hensley.
Is there?
I mean Sanderson. Daryl Hensley. I was like dispatcher.
Is there any discussion? Okay, and now we'll.
I'm still dealing with my after effects. The cancer.
Yes, ma'am. There'll be
I was saying you right earlier.
voice vote, please. We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Boggs? Yes. Mr. Lee? Left. Mr. Looney?
Yes.
Mr. Lesher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yeah.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have one motion.
Yes, sir.
To approve the bills listed on the agenda.
Yeah, we've already.
We did? I
Yes,
missed
we did
that.
earlier. I'm sorry.
I missed it.
We did both the minutes and the bills.
Perfect. Sorry.
Perfect.
Just wanted to be sure.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, most been made adjourned. Do we have a second? All in favor, say aye.
I wanted to be sure. I couldn't.
No, that would be a big deal.
I missed that.
Yeah, I